Please note, this is still under investigation as the local police have yet to capture this man. It was Friday, the 21st of August, 2015. I had just come home from university, which was around 8:30 p.m., and I thought I'd take a nap. Fast forward 3 hours, I was awoken to a loud banging on my door. I was completely exhausted and stupidly opened the door thinking it was my sister coming back from the pub. Instead, I was greeted by a ghastly figure, definitely mid-40s, maybe early 50s, and he asked me if I knew where I could find a specific address, which happened to be the address of the soon-to-be victim of this man. I knew where it was. It was literally 7 houses down the road. But the man, through my complete exhaustion, was absolutely suspicious. He reeked of alcohol and was clenching his fists in his pocket holding onto something, which later turned out to be a knife. I told him that I was new to the area and I didn't know where it was, and after an angry and frustrated look from him, he took off back into the night. I slumped back into my bed and fell asleep instantly. I awoke at 1 a.m. to the door knocking again, only to realize it was my sister. She told me something that made my stomach drop. She said that the man had been pacing up and down the street and asked her and her friends for directions to a specific house, which my sister, of course, led him to. It was the small unit which the victim lived at. In the early morning of 4 to 5:30 a.m., I could hear men shouting loudly, like extremely loudly, and my instinct told me it was that homeless-looking man confronting the victim, but I hesitated and didn't even bother to call the police, thinking it was just an argument, which was normal around Melbourne. I live with regret to this day when I found out that the victim was viciously stabbed to death and dumped outside his apartment only for the police to discover an hour later. The homeless-looking man disappeared without a trace. I gave the police my description of him, but through my exhaustion I wasn't 100% sure. What I was sure of, though, is that I could have stopped a murder that night, and I now have to live with the guilt of that man's life. This was my only bump-in with the murderer, but I really hope it stays that way. My second year of college was a difficult year. I wish I could say that it was due to organic chemistry or boyfriend drama or anything other than what actually happened. I started out my year in a great dorm. I loved my hallmates, my room, and the fact that a dining hall was less than 100 feet away. Obviously, I spent a lot of my time there, and I got to know the staff. I had worked in a restaurant for 2 years before going to school, and I could identify with the struggles that come with being a food service worker, especially because I was at a notoriously snobby school, so I sympathized with the staff having to deal with the rich kids and their entitled bullshit. Most of the staff were lovely people, but one in particular seemed to take a real interest in me. He was a young white man, not much older than myself, named Matt. He always went out of his way to talk to me and ask me questions about myself and how school was going. One evening I was doing homework in the dining hall around closing hours. Matt sat with me and we chatted for a bit. He said he was off of work and heading to his car to smoke a bowl before he went home and asked if I wanted to join. I had only smoked a few times before, but I enjoyed it and he seemed harmless enough, so I agreed. I was still very much a sheltered child, and to me, he didn't seem like a bad guy, so he couldn't be. We lit up in his car in the parking lot behind the dining hall, and I got a glimpse of the real Matt. He ranted about how his ex-girlfriend had recently dumped him. He called her a bitch and a whore and told me unnecessary details about their sex life. The virgin in me was incredibly uncomfortable, only made worse by the paranoia brought on by the weed. He also went on about how much he hated the students at my university, especially the girls, saying they treated him as less than human. I was completely speechless, and when I didn't respond, he tried to apologize for going off, saying that I was different and that he wanted to get to know me better. I remember blurting out that I needed to go, and I got the hell out of his car. He got out too and shouted after me to come back, and I thought he might chase me, but he didn't, and I got back to my room safely. I avoided that dining hall like the plague for the next week, and I didn't see him again until the one night that still haunts me to this day. Around midnight, I was walking back to my dorm alone from a function at the Christian Center, which was only about 2 blocks away. I know walking by myself was stupid, but the buses weren't running and I felt bad asking someone to walk with me because there were some steep inclines between the center and my dorm. I was walking along an empty residential street that was just around the corner from my dorm when I noticed a black SUV that was creeping along behind me. It was going so slow that it was hard not to notice. At first I tried not to panic, but it quickly clicked that it was the same car as Matt's. I started to run when it sped up ahead of me and a man in a ski mask jumped out at me. I just knew it was Matt. From here, things happened very fast. I tried to run the other way, but he grabbed me from behind and was struggling to get my wrists into handcuffs while simultaneously pulling me toward his car. I was screaming at the top of my lungs and fighting like hell. We fought each other for a few minutes like that before he dropped the handcuffs and I was able to slam my heel into his foot. I think those two things and my relentless struggling shook his confidence because he ran back to his car and sped off. Freaked out, I ran back to my room, constantly looking back to see if he was after me. Thankfully, he didn't follow and I was able to call the police. I was very lucky that night, not only because I got away, but also because he was caught shortly after I called 911. He was arrested, and when the police searched his car, they found handcuffs, duct tape, and a knife. During interrogation, he confessed that he was bitter and depressed over his breakup and wanted to make someone, quote, feel pain like he feels it. Nearly a year later, after a painful testimony from me, he was convicted to 40 years in prison with a 32-year suspension for abduction and intent to defile. I'm not entirely sure how to start this story. You sit there listening to these stories on YouTube, fascinated thinking that it will never happen to you, and for a long time you live in the sweet ignorance that everyone loves you and no one is out to hurt you. Until someone actually tries to. Here is some background information. I'm a 20-year-old 5-foot Hispanic female, and this happened, well, started happening a few months ago. I'm not an active person, but every once in a while I like to go for a run. The neighborhood I live in is a gated community. The only downside is that just outside my neighborhood is a major highway that runs out of my town and into the barren plains of Texas. This highway separates my neighborhood from a few local stores. One day I decided to run as I usually did every Monday and Wednesday. I run about 3 miles safely across the highway and through a rough neighborhood before I reached the store I wanted. I walked through the aisle, wiping the sweat from my forehead, and grabbed a water bottle. That's when I noticed a man maybe a few years older than me staring at me from the end of the aisle. Awkwardly, I gave him a small smile and walked to the register to pay. In the corner of my eye, I could see him follow me. I felt his gaze on my back as I left the store and placed the bottle of water in my small backpack that carried my wallet and pocket knife. As I ran through the rough neighborhood, a white car going the opposite direction passed me. I didn't notice it till it stopped in reverse till I was parallel to the driver, who lowered his window. It was the man from the store. "Need a ride?" he asked, flashing me a wide grin. "Oh no, thank you." I slowed my run to a walk as I spoke. "Aw, come on, you look tired." He smirked, still reversing to match my speed. I laughed and shook my head. "I'm running, you'll ruin my workout," I said jokingly. He seemed to get angry at this and raised his window before driving off. Fast forward a bit later. I waited for the cross light to turn green so I could cross the highway when I saw the same white car driving past me. It was blasting rap music, but this time all the windows were lowered. Now 3 men could be seen in the back seat. I didn't think much of it as I crossed the highway. The next few days I began to see the man around my job. I work at a pet store in the fish area, and I could see this man just wander around the store, never really buying anything. One day he struck up a conversation with me. He asked my name, age, if I had a boyfriend, which I did. I answered truthfully, treating him as I would any customer. His name was John, he was 22, and he said he went to UNT. He looked annoyed when I said I had a boyfriend and couldn't go out to lunch with him. He quickly left, but not before saying, "Oh, by the way, nice Kia." Now, this struck me as odd. How did he know what car I drove? A few days later, I hadn't seen the man and honestly forgot about the whole thing. Until one morning I went outside and saw that someone had wrecked my car. My car had a huge dent in the back passenger side, my bumper was on the ground, and my brake light was smashed. The police called it a hit and run and scolded me for parking so close to the street. Okay, but I live in a cul-de-sac. How does someone run into a car when the street is a huge circle? Anyway, after a few carless days, I walk out to go check the mail. At the end of my street, I see a white car with the front bumper smashed in. My only regret is not telling anyone what was happening. A month went by and I finally had my car back. The first place I took it was my boyfriend's house. I spent 8 hours with him before I left his house at about 12:30 p.m. Driving down the highway, it takes about 15 minutes to get from his house to mine. About 5 minutes into the drive, I noticed a car tailgating me. Its headlights weren't even on. I quickly call my boyfriend, who tells me to drive between the other cars. I do so. The car stays steady on my heels. I speed up. The car speeds up. It wasn't until I passed a police car did the car following me finally back off. Needless to say, I didn't get that much sleep that night. The next night I was closing at my job, and part of my job was taking the trash to the dumpster in the back. Usually the dog trainer, Joe, joins me. He's this huge man, about 50, with a loud voice. I felt safe around Joe. Everyone did. But today Joe wasn't feeling well, so I took out the trash by myself. I walked out the back of the store and walked towards the fenced-off dumpster. What I saw stopped me in my tracks. The white car was parked a few feet away, and I saw the door of the fence close quickly. Now, this could have been the wind. Maybe the morning shift forgot to lock the gate and the wind was just blowing it. I'm not sure, but something in my gut told me to not go near the dumpster. I quickly dropped the trash and walked back inside the store. I told my manager and Joe what had happened. My manager just rolled his eyes and said it must have been a bum trying to get the cans of cat food we threw out. Being used to kicking out homeless people, he walked to the dumpster and opened the gate. After a few minutes, my manager walked back into the store, a grim look on his face. He ordered Joe to walk me to my car. It wasn't until later that week that I had heard what my manager actually found. A man in his mid-20s hiding behind the dumpster. My manager scared him off, but what he left behind will haunt me to this day. Where he stood was a pocket knife and a few zip ties. What made things worse was when the man took off, the white car started and he got into the passenger side. I'm terrified. I've alerted the police, and since then I've not seen the man or the white car. But since then, my boyfriend escorts me to and from work. I no longer run. and I carry a small taser on me at all times now. I'm still struggling to get my life back. Maybe telling my story will help. To everyone out there, please tell someone if something doesn't feel right. Hello, friends. So, first off, thank you for watching, and sorry I haven't uploaded much lately. Some really unexpected stuff has been going on. I'm sure a lot of you are aware of that stupid copyright stuff happening, so I've spent the majority of the last 5 days working on fixing that. I've also been going through all the stories you all have sent me, and thank you for sending me them. On top of this, I also got in a car accident a couple days ago, which is always nice, and yes, I'm fine, but my car isn't. So now I also have no transportation to go get food, and my mic keeps picking up my stomach growling, which is really irritating. I don't know any places that deliver between 4 a.m. to 9 a.m., which is the time when I record usually. Anyway, if you have any personal stories similar to the ones I tell on my channel, feel free to email me them. My email is in the description of pretty much all my videos. Please make the subject of the email what kind of story it is you're sending me. For example, a stalker story, a deep web story, etc., and please make it at least readable. Thanks again, and I hope you enjoyed this video. I also thought of a catchphrase for the outros of my videos. Please tell me what you think. And as always, fuck copyright. When I was 11, I moved to a rather big city due to my dad getting transferred at his work. Before that, I lived in a relatively small town known for practically nothing. I loved that town with all my heart, and I still love it even today, but this experience shattered my little kid illusion that it was safe and nothing bad could ever happen to anyone. I lived in a very close-knit neighborhood where all the parents knew each other and all of the kids were friends. At the end of my street was a small, half-built house that became sort of the neighborhood hangout for everyone. It had been abandoned during its construction for unknown reasons, and it sat there for nearly 2 years before we all decided it was the perfect clubhouse. All of the kids would walk home from school together, stop in to tell their parents where they were going, and then head down to the house. One Saturday, I went across the street to my friend's house and asked if she wanted to go to the clubhouse with me. She said she was eating lunch, but that she'd meet me there as soon as she was done. I was only 7 at the time, but my parents trusted me enough not to get into any trouble or run off somewhere, so I headed down to the house to wait. I was sitting on the front steps of the house when a white car with very darkly tinted windows pulled up to the curb. To my young mind, it looked exactly like a police car, just without the lights on top of it. So I thought they were undercover or something. I was 7, cut me some slack. The driver of the car rolled down the passenger window and leaned over the seat, and I could see he was wearing a police officer's uniform and aviator sunglasses. He waved me over, and not wanting to make the cop angry, I approached the passenger side of the car. "Hey there, do you think you could help me with something?" he asked me. He seemed nice enough, so I told him that I'd try. He went on to show me a picture of a little girl I'd never seen before and asked if I knew her. I shook my head, and he told me that she was missing and that her parents really wanted her back, but he was having trouble finding her. At that point, my friend from earlier, Anna, had showed up. The guy asked Anna if she had seen the little girl, but she hadn't seen her either. He then seemed to get really sad and shook his head and said, "I just really wish I could find her. Do you two want to help me look? If you can get in my car, we can drive around and see if we can find her." To me, that sounded awesome, and I threw all notions of stranger danger out the window. I'd never been in a police car before and thought I'd have the time of my life, but Anna seemed to have her head on right that day and politely declined. This visibly upset the guy, and he got really angry, telling us he'd arrest us if we didn't get in the car and help him. Anna and I both started freaking out, and we booked it to my house when the guy reached into his glove box and pulled out a set of handcuffs. He sped off as soon as we started running. At that point, we were both crying, but we managed to get to my house and tell my mom what had happened. She immediately called the police and asked if they had an officer patrolling in our neighborhood, but of course they didn't. So the real cops showed up to my house and asked me and Anna a ton of questions, and I realized that the scary guy's police uniform was way off. They tried to get a description from us, but he was wearing a hat and sunglasses that blocked most of his face, so it didn't really amount to much. We were, however, able to provide a description of the little girl in the picture. As far as I know, nothing happened with the guy. I've tried searching for any news articles, but I haven't found anything. The description we gave of the little girl didn't match any missing people within a 100-mile radius of our town, so nothing really came of that either. After that, none of the kids in my neighborhood were allowed to go to the clubhouse or be outside without at least one parent supervising us. This happened to me about 2 years ago when I was on a cross-country road trip with my good friend Kim. We started in the Northwest and our final destination was in Georgia. We were trying to make this trip as quickly as possible, and since it was just the two of us, we took turns driving and sleeping. We had just passed through Laramie, Wyoming, where I got pulled over for speeding. It wasn't by much, only 10 miles over the speed limit. I apologized to the police officer and he kindly let us off the hook since our car had no cruise control and we had a long way to go ahead. After leaving Laramie, we didn't stop for a long time and the highway rarely cut through any towns. It was probably 3, maybe 4 in the morning and the highway was deserted. Tall pine trees lined the 2-lane blacktop and jagged mountains covered our surroundings. Kim was sleeping heavily, her chair reclined all the way down, a blanket thrown over her head. I had the radio on, but she was exhausted, so she didn't even move or notice. I was trying to concentrate on the road and the quiet music on the radio to stay awake. Visibility was very limited, as there were no lights on this road. Suddenly, red and blue lights flashed in my rearview mirror. I hastily looked at my speedometer, but I was diligently following the speed limit after the narrow escape from the ticket earlier. I pulled over, killed my engine, and rolled down my window. The cop car behind me appeared to be an unmarked vehicle, but it was hard to tell because it was so dark. Kim didn't even move as the police officer approached my window. "Ma'am," he said, "do you know why I pulled you over today?" No, officer, I don't." His flashlight was pointed directly at my face, and I had to avert my eyes. "Your plates sure are from far away. Where are you headed?" The police officer in Laramie had asked me the same thing. "Georgia. Family emergency." "Is that so? Well, you weren't in any shape to make it to Georgia from Nebraska. No, sirree." I frowned. Was my car breaking down? Were my taillights out? In my tired haze, had I missed something vital? I'm sorry, what's wrong?" "Here, step out of the car, I'll show you." He gestured with his flashlight and the beam slanted across Kim's blanket-shrouded face and she sat up. She yawned. "What's going on?" The police officer abruptly turned, walked away, and got into his car. He flipped a U-turn and sped off in the opposite direction down the highway. Kim and I stared at each other for a moment before I started the car, rolled up the window, and sped off with no regard for the speed limit this time. A while back, when I lived in a small town with long, winding stretches of road between my house and my workplace, I had a rather unsettling run-in with a police officer. I worked the night shift, so it was about 11 p.m. It was Saturday and I had just set out towards the hotel I worked at. I have a GPS system that logs a high amount of information, so I know that I wasn't speeding. After driving for about a mile, I noticed a car starts following me very closely. After a couple of miles of this, I've decided I've had enough, so I switch lanes in front of a few other cars and keep driving. Predictably, this person, it was too dark to see anything but their headlights as there were few street lights in this remote area, weaves in and out of cars to get right back behind me. Finally, after being tailgated for about 13 miles, I get to a lone stretch of road and the speed limit increases to 55 miles per hour. I gladly take the opportunity to go faster once I pass the sign, and admittedly, I did get up to 57 miles per hour as this person continued to tailgate me. And he turns his lights on. I'm already nervous as the road is dark and it's late, but there are just enough cars going by for me to reason with myself to pull over. And then the cop turns his lights off, which I'm quite certain they're not supposed to do. He approaches my window and chides me for speeding, saying he saw me going 70 in a 30-mile-per-hour zone on the street he initially started following me on. I tell him my GPS log can say otherwise, and I bluffed a bit. Stupid, I know, saying that I had a device from my insurance company that also tracks my driving. He claims he saw me weaving all over the road and assumed I was drunk, and I question why, if I was speeding so seriously and driving so poorly, he followed me for 13 miles, passing said obvious drunk drivers and people speeding past us to do so, instead of pulling me over immediately. Completely ignoring my question, the cop glances down and says my car is going to cause the grass I'm parked on to catch fire. Now, you're probably thinking what I'm thinking. What the fuck? That makes no sense. And then he asked me to pull into an empty lot on top of a nearby hill, a lot that was completely impossible to see from the road. Nervous, I act as if I'm going to, and accidentally, not really, pass it only to pull into a residential parking lot with all the lights on. The cop gets out, obviously angry, and demands to see my license and registration. I turned it in and he gets in his car for just a few minutes, during which I quite obviously get my phone out and tell my coworkers what's going on. He then gets out of the car, returns my information claiming he let me off with a warning, and drives off quickly. He returned my registration but kept my license, and the slip had a bunch of scribbles on it in place of any real words. The next day I called the station looking for my license, and of course, he hadn't turned it in. I told them what had happened and gave them some information that they asked for, including some numbers on the ticket that I could read, and they said they'd look into it. The next few days I did see a cop car on the roads near my house, but I wrote it off as noticing something normal out of paranoia. My father thought I was being ridiculous, which upset me quite a bit as I still had, and have, that fake ticket. Luckily, I'd been planning a move and moved out of state just a week or so later, but I hope that my complaint was looked into and that man didn't do anything wrong to anyone else. I don't know if he was a real cop or a fake cop, but nonetheless, the experience was definitely scary. Hey everyone, before I start the video I want to thank Lazy Masquerade for collaborating with me on this video. When I first started, he was one of the bigger guys in the scary storytelling community, and he still is, so it's awesome to finally be able to work with him. If you haven't heard of him, make sure you go check out his channel. He provides really unique and amazing material. Also, make sure you check out the collaboration video we did on his channel for more of these kinds of stories. I'll leave an annotation at the end of this video and a link in the description. Now, on to the stories. This happened to me just a few weeks ago. My parents had gone out of town and left me at home. It was fine for the first few days, playing games, watching TV, normal teen stuff. One day I'm sitting in my room around 7 at night when I hear someone knocking at my door. Normally, my grandmother, who lives just down the road, will come over and check up on me and say goodnight and all that stuff. So, thinking it's her, I go up to let her in. I open my main door and see not my grandmother, but a man. He looked mid-30s and was kinda chubby. He held a clipboard and just stared at me till I said something to him. Hello? I ask in a weirded out voice. Hi, I'm from the furnace company and I'm here to check your furnace. As he said this, he tried forcing me away to let him in. I kept my ground and helped him back. My parents aren't here right now, can you come back later? His eyes lightened up when he found out I was home alone. Just, let me check, okay? I gotta make sure it's all fired up. That's when I checked the van he had. It was an unmarked green van. Normally all companies in my town have a logo, and I mean all of them. I'm not letting you in. My yell somewhat startled him as he stepped back and I was able to get in and lock the outer door, keeping him out. I grabbed my cell phone and called my grandmother and told her what happened. As I told her, the guy ran back to the van and sped off. I'm horrified to think of what would have happened if I never scared him away. Number 2.
I used to live in a really weird area of town, so I have a lot of these kind of experiences. The first one happened when I was in 6th grade. It was in late fall, and I had joined some after-school activities at the new school to make friends. Problem was that I had nobody to pick me up afterwards. I was stuck, walking, and the road home was a long maze of abandoned houses with boarded windows. One of these times, I saw a red car inching behind me, the only car on an otherwise quiet street. The driver was an older, chubby man with a huge smile. He rolls down his window. "Hi, you look like you need a ride." I smiled at him and I said no thanks. He kept following. "Don't be shy. Come on, slow down." I told him I was fine, while looking around to see if anyone else was nearby to see this. He responded with something like, "You still have a long way to go until you get home." I felt a chill of horror as I realized I was alone. How did this man even know where I was going? I started running a bit, and the car kept following me. I could hear him saying things like, "Stop running, don't be scared." He drove up and parked at the end of the road we were on. Adrenaline kicked in, and I ran like my life depended on it. I reached the main roads, and I didn't see the car anymore, but I was terrified he would follow me home somehow, so I hid, and I waited a few minutes. I finally arrived home, shaky from adrenaline and crying. My parents thought that I was lying to get out of trouble, and told me to just take the city bus next time. Needless to say, after that experience, I never walked to school and back again.
Number 3. So, this happened to me today while I was walking up the hill to the park. It was broad daylight with a few construction workers and gardeners around. I stopped to admire the view of the canyon on the sidewalk off of a very busy street. A dark, greenish, gray old Toyota truck drove past me going the opposite way. I turned around when I heard the car brake and make a very sharp illegal U-turn. I watched the truck pull up right beside me. A white man in his 50s with white hair, a white shirt, and a German Shepherd in the passenger seat was inside. The man leaned over and held his hand out of the window towards me. He held out 2 pieces of paper with rainbow-colored stripes and funky white text that said, "Fun Pass," on them. He whistled at me, grinned, and said, "Come here, these are for you." I shook my head and scowled. "Come here," he repeated, and he reached for his glove compartment with the other hand. He looked to be in a hurry, trying to make his encounter with me as brief as possible. Of course, because a man with sick motives wouldn't want to be seen for long. I shook my head again and began backing up, thinking of the other kidnappings in my city in which a guy pulled out a gun once they got close to the car and threatened the girls to get in or he'd shoot them. This was quite possibly the same scenario. My heart raced and I gripped my phone, prepared.
Now, I'm sure most of you are familiar with the Dyatlov Pass incident, a favourite of horror fans on YouTube. What you may not have heard, though, is the equally disturbing and still unexplained Hamar Daban Pass incident, sometimes called the Buryatia Dyatlov Pass. On August 5th, 1993, a team of mountaineers were trekking through the Hamar Daban mountain range in Siberia. The expedition was made up of 7 people and was headed by Ludmila Korovina, a seasoned hiker with tons of experience. Joining her were 24-year-old Tatiana Filipenko, Denis Svachin, Vika Zalasova, Timur Bapanov, Valia Utachenko, and 23-year-old Sasha Krisin, who Ludmila had effectively raised and thought of as her own son. The young group set off on the morning of the 2nd, as did several other hiking groups in the area. Unfortunately, although good weather was predicted, the team were blasted with freezing cold rain and snow. This didn't dissuade them from continuing, however. Like I said, the group was young and eager to prove themselves to Ludmila, whom they all looked up to. Ludmila didn't go easy on them either, and along the way made some questionable decisions. On the night of the 4th, for instance, she had the group set up their camp on a slope about 4 kilometers away from the nearest forest. There was a thunderstorm raging that night, and this area was completely unprotected from the elements. Given her mountains of experience in, well, mountaineering, you'd have thought she would have chosen to camp elsewhere. The next morning, it happened. As the group packed up their things and descended down the mountain, Sasha suddenly began bleeding heavily from his nose, ears, and mouth. He fell to the ground and was dead within moments. This happened so suddenly that everyone else was left dumbfounded. Sasha was strong, healthy, and hadn't complained of any pain up until that moment. What had just happened? Most distraught was Ludmila herself. Like I said, Sasha was like a son to her. She ordered everyone else down the mountain while she stayed with the body. They followed her instruction and started walking. No more than a minute later, however, they heard Ludmila shouting to them for help, saying that she couldn't move. They rushed back to see what was wrong with her, only to find their leader sprawled out on the ground beside Sasha, blood gushing out of her face. The rest of the group were horrified. 2 of their team, who were apparently healthy that morning, had just perished in front of them in the blink of an eye. They started to panic, terrified that the same thing was about to happen to them. Well, it did. Valia Utachenko, the group's only survivor, explained what happened next. Moments after discovering Ludmila's body, Timur and Vika began tearing at their clothes, fell to the ground, and started twitching and foaming from the mouth. In Valia's words, Denis began to hide behind the rocks and run away. Tatiana was banging her head against the stones. Vika and Timur probably went mad. Valia tried to help Vika, the youngest female in the group, but when she did, the girl bit her. Denis and Valia were the only 2 group members still unaffected by whatever was happening. They both began to run at full speed down the mountain. Denis told Valia to take out the essential items from her bag, abandon the rest, and run as fast as she could. She started rifling through her belongings, but by the time she looked back up at Denis, he was lying on the ground, bleeding from every orifice. Alone and terrified, she sprinted off. Now, without any provisions and still far from civilization, she was forced to sleep alone in the forest at the bottom of the mountain, all through the freezing night. The next morning, Valia made her way back up the slope to look for survivors, and came upon a scene of pure carnage. All of her young co-hikers were dead. For 3 days, the 17-year-old wandered through the mountain pass alone in hopes of being rescued. She tried following electric cables, but they only led her to an abandoned village. Her mind had been shattered by what she had witnessed. Eventually, she made it back to civilization, but at first was too traumatized to tell anyone what had happened. Still, when she came back alone, a search and rescue operation was immediately launched for the other group members. Their bodies wouldn't be found for another month, by which point animals had already started devouring them. What the rescuers could tell was that the figures in the snow were contorted and their faces were twisted in pain. "It was a scary picture," said one of the rescue team. "The hikers were lying on a small ledge, some huddled together, some a little distance away. They had no eyes. In the empty sockets and parted mouths, worms were crawling. We packed the bodies in plastic bags. When they flew to Ulan-Ude, the smell in the helicopter was impossible. Some of the men were sick." To this day, we still don't know what strange phenomenon claimed the lives of 6 of those 7 hikers. Autopsies confirm that they were all otherwise healthy, though there was bruising in all of their lungs. Could this have all been the result of some strange sickness? Some sort of poisoning? Hypothermia, perhaps? Or did they stumble into a secret test site for nerve agents? What's strange is that there were numerous other hiking groups in the same area, yet none of them were affected by whatever killed Valia's group. There's a lot of debate online about this, but as of right now, no definitive conclusion. Let's rewind the clock back to February 1st and take a trip to Yakima County, Washington. On Route 24 near Moxie, a man was spotted lying down, dead in the middle of the road. He was middle-aged, wearing glasses and dressed in a military-style outfit with work boots. There were no substances in his system. He was believed to be the victim of a hidden run, and a Chevrolet Camaro was seen speeding away from the scene around the time he died. Since he wasn't carrying any form of ID on him, his identity remained a mystery. He would stay at John Doe for another 10 years. But that's not even the crazy part. Let's get into it. The day before the John Doe's body was discovered in Yakima County, 1,600 miles away in Amarillo, Texas, Karen Glenn Lewis and her daughter were returning home from a shopping weekend in Dallas. They opened the front door to their home, expecting to find their husband and father, David Glenn Lewis, waiting for them inside. But they didn't. The house was empty. Strange. Stranger still was that David's wedding ring and watch had been left on the kitchen counter. It was Super Bowl weekend, and a tape which had been manually set to record the match was still recording, despite the fact that the game was long over. There were 2 freshly made turkey sandwiches in the fridge. There was no note or anything to indicate where David might have gone. It seemed as if he had left suddenly and in a hurry, but why had he left his ring and watch behind in plain view? The following day, when David still hadn't returned home, on that same morning the John Doe's body was discovered, Karen filed a missing persons report for her husband. The investigators examined the house and found no signs of a struggle or forced entry. It appeared as if David had left on his own volition. That didn't make sense though. David was a devoted family man with a good job, and, as far as everyone knew, a stable state of mind. Their search for David quickly turned up a vital clue. His car was found in Amarillo's downtown area. Under the driver's mat were David's house and car keys. In the glove box were his credit cards and driving license. All of David's personal items were now accounted for. The only thing missing was the man himself. This is when Karen, his wife, told the detectives a vital piece of information. Just before he disappeared, David had confided in her that his life was in danger, but refused to go into details about it, only telling her that someone had been threatening him. This is where his job comes into play. David was an attorney, and even the most amicable of attorneys have enemies. Though we don't know exactly who was threatening David or why, it could easily have been one of his former clients who felt that David had failed them in some way. On top of that, David was a man with strong principles. His law firm were fighting their own case against a wealthy client, and David was scheduled to speak against his own company. He told his own father that at the deposition he planned to tell the truth, whoever it hurt. With the law firm standing to lose a lot of money if David refused to lie, it's possible that they were involved in his disappearance somehow. After digging a little deeper, the investigators learned that David had booked a plane ticket on January 31st, the same day he vanished. This ticket was from Dallas to Amarillo. Wait a second.
David's wife and daughter had just come from Dallas back to Amarillo on that same day. David wasn't in Dallas with them. That suggests that he had secretly followed his family to Dallas, although how he got there remains unknown, and then booked a plane ticket so he could get home before them and make it appear as if he had been at home the entire time. It's unknown whether he made that flight or not. The plot thickened even further when they also learned that he had booked a ticket on February 1st, the day he was reported missing, the day that John Doe was found. This ticket was from Los Angeles International Airport to Dallas. This extremely strange and seemingly nonsensical twist in the investigation took the detectives down a rabbit hole, which led to a dead end. The only other thing they learned was that on February 1st, a man matching David's description got a taxi from a hotel in Dallas to Fort Worth International Airport. The taxi driver said that the man was extremely nervous and fumbled to pay him with a wad of $100 bills. With no other information to go off, the case went cold. 10 years would pass. Then, in 2003, a patrol detective named Pat Didder made a connection between David's case and that of the unknown John Doe in Washington. If you hadn't guessed already, the two men were one and the same. This was confirmed after a DNA test. David was the John Doe who died in a supposed hidden run 1,600 miles from his home. This was a huge discovery. The mystery surrounding the whereabouts of David Glenn Lewis had been solved. But even though that mystery now had an answer, we can't really classify David's case as being complete. There are still a whole bunch of unanswered questions pertaining to his death. Why was he in Washington in the first place? How did he get there? Why was he wearing a military uniform when he died? Why had he secretly booked these bizarre plane tickets? What business did he have in Los Angeles? Did he really book the tickets on his own accord, or was he taken against his will? Did any of this have to do with the threats made to David's life? Was the hidden run really an accident? No one has ever been able to answer any of these questions. Still, the police have discounted foul play, and the investigation into David's case has officially ceased. So, there we have it. The two mysteries of the Yakima County John Doe and the whereabouts of David Glenn Lewis turned out to be one big mystery after all. Still, the puzzle remains incomplete, the unanswered questions being the missing pieces. It's an intriguing case, one that continues to baffle professional investigators and internet sleuths alike, even all these years later. Hopefully one day we'll have some answers, and David's family can have the closure they so desperately crave. Burari, Central Delhi District. Back in 2018, this was home to the Chundawats, a respectable, middle-class family consisting of 11 members. With the head of the family, Bhopal, having passed, the matriarch and new head of the household was 77-year-old Narayan Devi. Living with her were her two sons, Bhavnesh and Lalit, their wives, Savita and Tina, daughter, Pratibha, and 5 grandchildren, Priyanka, Nita, Monu, Dhruv, and Shivam. The family made their money in plywood and groceries, and owned 2 stores in town. Their grocery shop, the centerpiece of the whole neighborhood, was on the first floor of their home. On the morning of July 1st, 2018, local shoppers were surprised to find the store still closed with the lights off. Strange. Bhavnesh, the eldest son, cherished the business like one of his children. Nobody could remember a time where he opened the store late. As the morning went by, nobody from the family had come downstairs to open the shop doors. Concerned, a friend of the family decided to go inside and check that everything was alright. Bizarrely, the door was still open. He entered, and what he found inside was like a scene from a horror movie. Hanging in a circular formation from the hallway ceiling were 10 bodies, swinging back and forth like tree branches in the wind. Their hands were bound behind their backs. Blindfolds covered their eyes. Tape covered their mouths. Cotton wool plugged their ears. Pieces of cloth masked all of their faces. 5 stools stood on the floor beneath them. The only other family member, 77-year-old Narayan, was found lying on the floor, all of the life squeezed out of her. the Chundawats were no more. Their family friend ran outside and sounded the alarm, and one of India's darkest and weirdest cases was officially under investigation. Detectives on the case were faced with several difficult questions. Who had done this to the family? The respectable Chundawats didn't have any known enemies. Why were 10 of them hanging so ritualistically, yet the family's matriarch wasn't? What was the significance of the taped mouths, wrapped eyes, covered faces, and blocked ears? An autopsy confirmed that all the family members' lives had ended without a struggle. There was nothing untoward in any of their systems. The first thing the authorities had to establish was whether the Chundawats had done this to themselves, or if they had been slain by some unknown perp or perps. The fact that there were 5 stools in the room, and that nobody in the family had struggled, suggested the former, but it didn't make any sense that they would have all tied their hands behind their backs and covered their eyes, mouths, ears, and faces. Not to mention, some of their feet were still touching the ground slightly. The blindfolds and face coverings had all been cut from a single bedsheet inside the house, so if this whole thing was the Chundawats' own doing, then it appeared to have been a very spur-of-the-moment decision with minimal planning. Several other bizarre clues came to light when the investigators examined the scene. Most notably, 8 cell phones belonging to the family were found taped inside a drawer, hidden from view. What did this all mean? The detectives soon learned that Lalit, the 45-year-old second son of Narayan, who was also found swinging in the hallway, had been acting very strangely in the days leading up to the incident. He'd been talking about how his deceased father was appearing to him in his dreams, and how his old man was trying to possess him. They pursued this lead and found 11 diaries and a number of notebooks belonging to Lalit that took this investigation in a completely unexpected direction. For the past 11 years, Lalit had been documenting his obsession with moksha, a set of rituals that were meant to bring about the salvation of his family's souls. You see, Lalit had a side hobby, the occult. And what's more, he'd somehow gotten his whole family interested in his strange practices. His notebooks and diaries detailed the strange rituals that they'd all been practicing, and how they believed these rituals were bringing them closer to summoning the spirit of their deceased patriarch, Narayan's husband, Bhopal. The most vital piece of evidence found in these notes, however, were instructions written by Lalit himself on how the family should tie their hands behind their backs, and how they should cover their faces in preparation for the so-called Kriya, the ritual that would finally allow them to meet their patriarch's spirit. It also stated that since Narayan couldn't stand, she would complete the ritual on the floor. Since their remains were found in the same way Lalit had specified in his notes, it quickly became clear that the family had done this to themselves. They had obviously been planning this for a long time, and had somehow managed to keep it a secret from everybody. Nobody in the neighborhood had any idea that the family were actually practicing dark magic. The most haunting part of all of this is that it appears that the Chundawats thought they'd actually survived the ritual. Lalit himself had written in his notes, "Everyone will tie their own hands, and when the Kriya is done, then everyone will help each other untie their hands." He'd even made notes about how they were going to perform the Kriya again a week later to bring fortune to another relative. Priyanka was engaged to be wed that next week as well, and the whole family had been excitedly preparing for the event. They all had future plans and aspirations. They clearly didn't expect things to end the way they did, though from an outsider's perspective, it's hard to see how they couldn't have. Lalit was clearly a delusional man, and investigators concluded that this was all a case of shared psychotic disorder, and that the family had decided to follow Lalit's instructions without question. Still, it's hard to imagine how one goes about convincing 10 family members to willingly go through with such a plan. Despite all of the evidence, there are of course still those who believe that someone else was responsible for what happened to the Chundawats. However, without any other evidence, suspects, or possible motive, I think it's safe to say that this case has officially been solved. The photo on screen is of Issei Sagawa, also known as Pang, a notorious celebrity in Japan. At only 4'9", he's small in stature, but not in personality. His notoriety was at its peak between 1986 and 1997, during which time he constantly appeared on Japanese television as a guest speaker and commentator. He appeared in horror movies and wrote best-selling cookery books. Cookery books. Yeah. Notice how in this photo, he's eating a dish. Well, food was his claim to fame. But not just any food. Sagawa was a real-life cannibal. In 1981, while studying in Paris, France, he invited his classmate, Renée Harteveld, a 25-year-old Dutch woman, to translate poetry together for an upcoming assignment. She agreed. While reading a poem at a desk in his apartment, Sagawa walked up behind her and shot her in the back of the neck with a hunting rifle. He then had his way with her remains. His ultimate plan, though, was to eat her. Sagawa considered himself short, weak, and ugly. Renée, on the other hand, was tall and beautiful, full of life. He believed that by consuming her, he could absorb her energy. He tried to bite into her flesh raw, but found it to be too difficult and unpalatable. So, he calmly walked to a local store, purchased a butcher's blade, and began slicing off parts of Renée's body to cook. He ate most of her face and chest, taking photos of her at each stage of his dining experience. When he was finally sated, he stored other parts of her in his refrigerator for later, placed the rest of her into 2 suitcases, and tried to dump them in a lake. Luckily, he was caught red-handed while trying to do so, and the officers found parts of Renée inside the 2 cases he was carrying. Luckily for Sagawa, and unluckily for the rest of us, his parents were extremely rich. His father hired a top lawyer for him, and he was able to escape jail time after being declared legally insane. He was held in a French hospital, but when a Japanese author published a story about him, people in the land of the rising sun became morbidly curious about his story. He gained a sort of macabre celebrity status, which no doubt contributed to the French authorities' decision to deport him back to Japan, where he was quickly determined to be sane after all. Now, with no charges against him, Sagawa checked himself out of hospital immediately, and remains a free man to this day, having served no time in prison whatsoever. The photo of Sagawa you're looking at now was featured on the cover of a well-known Japanese magazine, Spa. It featured an article in which he reviewed a restaurant. Considering what he was famous for, that's in bad taste. Sagawa also went on to write a best-selling book about his killing of Renée. Certainly not a book for the faint of heart, as it goes into explicit detail about what he did. It's strange and disappointing to realize that someone like Sagawa could not only escape justice, but also go on to become famous and profit from his despicable actions. Now, given the context, this image of him eating with a cocky, dead-eyed stare becomes something truly haunting. He got away with it all, and he loves it. You'll be happy to know that things have changed. Nowadays, Sagawa is detested by the younger generations and has fallen out of the limelight. He struggles to find employment. Issei Sagawa was born in Kobe, which is currently the city where I live. Yeah, internationally, I'm glad we're famous for our beef, and not for this guy. It's no secret that I'm a fan of grunge music. Nirvana's pretty much the reason I picked up a guitar when I was a teenager. I was lucky enough to see Chris Cornell perform live shortly before he died, and Lane Staley might just be my favourite rock vocalist of all time. But even though the so-called Seattle sound dominated the airways back in the early to mid-90s, not every band rose to stardom. One little-known group from that grunge era was the Gits. The frontwoman and driving force of the band was Mia Zapata, a young woman with an electric personality and stage presence. Though the Gits never achieved much mainstream success, their snappy punk tracks and Mia's fierce charisma earned them a passionate and loyal following. By 1993, when grunge was at its peak, the Gits were just starting to make a lot of noise in the industry. They were sharing bills with the likes of Sublime and Green Day. Sadly, in the early hours of July 7th, everything came to a screeching halt when Mia Zapata's body was found in the middle of an empty street. She'd been raped and strangled to death with the drawstrings of the Gits hoodie she was wearing. She'd been beaten so badly that even if she hadn't been strangled, she'd have perished from her internal injuries. Mia was just 27 years old. An investigation began. On the evening of July 6th, Mia had been out drinking with her friends in Seattle's Capitol Hill area. She left the bar she was at around 2 a.m. to go and look for her ex-boyfriend, but unable to track him down, she instead went to another friend's apartment where she briefly hung out. Soon after, she walked off alone into the night. 80 minutes later, a woman spotted her lifeless body sprawled out on a deserted street just 2 miles from the bar where she'd been with her friends. For the longest time, the police didn't have any leads to speak of. By 1998, after 5 years of investigation, Seattle police declared that they were no closer to solving the case than when they first started. There weren't any bodily fluids or fingerprints at the scene. The only DNA evidence they were able to collect didn't belong to anyone on their database. With the police struggling to solve the case, the surviving GITS members, who were desperate for justice, put on a bunch of local shows so that they could raise money to hire a private investigator. Nirvana even appeared as a special guest at one of the concerts to help draw attention to Mia's case, and they even featured on a fundraising album. The shows and album sales generated around $70,000, enough money to hire a PI for 3 years. Sadly, this led to no new suspects coming to light. Despite all the publicity, Mia's case faded into obscurity and went cold. Then, in 2002, almost a decade after Mia's life was so tragically cut short, there was a huge development. The DNA swab that had been taken from the scene 9 years prior finally came up with a match. A man from Florida named Jesus Mesquia, who'd just been arrested for unconnected reasons. They took his DNA, entered it into their database, and it came back positive. He had been living in Seattle at the time of the incident and had an extensive history. When they took him in for questioning, he was initially very calm, but when they asked if he had ever killed anyone in Seattle, he exploded. Yeah, this was their guy. They charged him with Mia's murder that very day. At his trial, the prosecutors asked him a question. How is it possible that his saliva was found on Mia's remains back in '93, when the two of them had never met before? Jesus refused to answer. It took the jury 3 days to find him guilty, and the judge sentenced him to 37 years behind bars. He later appealed, and his 37-year sentence was reduced to 36. Though we don't know the exact sequence of events that fateful night, it's theorized that Jesus saw Mia leave the bar alone, and then followed her to her friend's apartment. He waited for her to leave outside. She'd been wearing a headset that night, so likely didn't hear him coming up behind her. He then dragged Mia into his car. After her death, the remaining GITS members formed the charity organization Home Alive, with the purpose of teaching women self-defense skills, not wanting what happened to Mia to happen to anyone else. Grunge itself died out not long after her untimely demise, with the death of Kurt Cobain, but Mia's legacy still endures in the hearts and minds of many rock fans, especially those in Seattle.
This is Sarah Funk, a travel vlogger who visited Cyprus's Mistero Red Lake back in 2017. The lake itself is infamous for its sanguine water, which, in many travelers' minds, gives the place an eerie quality. No wonder there's a bunch of ghost stories and urban legends linked to the place. In actuality, the lake is red because of chemicals used by a British mining company while extracting gold deposits, making the water highly toxic with a pH level of less than 2. That's akin to battery acid. In a video she uploaded to YouTube about the lake, Sarah and her partner can be heard joking about how creepy the lake is, and the strange, unsettling atmosphere about the area in general. "This is what murder episodes are made of," jokes Sarah's partner. In that same video, you can make out a suitcase poking out of the water. Neither Sarah nor her viewers paid it much attention, or had any inclination about what might be hidden inside. Fast forward to 2 years after the video was uploaded. Nikos Metaxas, an ex-military officer, was arrested in Cyprus and confessed to slaying 5 women and 2 youngsters over a 3-year period. All of the adults were domestic workers from overseas. He likely targeted them because he knew that the Cypriot officials would be less inclined to pursue cases involving housekeepers from other, poorer countries. A sad reality, and the authorities in the country have since come under fire for this. When questioned what he did with his victims' remains, Metaxas answered, "I placed their bodies into suitcases and dumped 3 of them into the Mistero Red Lake."
Since then, 4 of the 7 victims have been found, 2 of them in the Red Lake. Though never officially confirmed, it does seem likely that the suitcase in Sarah's video contained one of those bodies. She's since removed the video from her YouTube channel, stating that she wants the focus to be on the victims and not her day trip out to the lake. Nikos Metaxas himself received 7 life sentences. Okay, so quick warning. Don't Google this case unless you're okay with seeing some really, really messed up photos. I mean, seriously, if you're squeamish, don't do it. I won't be showing them here, obviously, but if you decide to do your own research, don't come back here blaming Papa Lazy. Disclaimer over, let's get into it. So it's kind of difficult to cover solved and unsolved crimes from certain countries due to language barriers and reporting biases. For instance, over the course of my life, I've lived in Hong Kong, Taiwan, and Japan, traveled around most of Asia, and watched the news and made friends with the locals. There are some really interesting, and honestly messed up cases from all of those countries that we just never hear about in the West. That's because they're not reported. Since all the media surrounding them are in their native languages, even if you had heard about one, without a bilingual translator, you'll never be able to get an accurate picture of what happened, and only ever have a surface-level understanding of the events. As such, the vast majority of these mysteries remain region-locked, so to speak. Well, here's one from China that slipped through the net. And let me tell you, this is one messy rabbit hole to delve into. Nanda, aka the Nanjing University dismemberment case, is one of the most infamous and disturbing cold cases in Chinese history. Though the story surrounding it has gained urban legend status in the country over the years, the events that took place are all too real. The year was 1996. Nanjing University was, and still is, considered one of the best schools in all of the People's Republic, with a student body made up of the nation's best and brightest. A place where everything is orderly. On the morning of January 19th, however, the campus would wake up to a very unexpected, very unwelcome surprise. An employee cleaning the school's roads came across a bag of mystery meat in a disposable food waste bag in a dumpster. There were about 500 cooked pieces of meat inside. Being poor, and assuming that the meat had just been thrown out by the cafeteria staff, she took it home with her to eat. When she got home, she started washing the meat. She had found it in a dumpster after all. It's then that she noticed something at the bottom of the bag. 3 severed human fingers. This wasn't a bag of meat at all. It was a bag of human remains. And what's more, this wasn't the only bag found. The police were already investigating other reports from people who had made the same grisly discovery. Scattered around the university campus were 8 more bags, each filled with human remains which had been diced up and cooked. In a bedsheet near the main gate, investigators found the head of a human female. In another by a canal, they found some of her torso. Nearby were the girl's neatly folded clothes. Only her underwear was missing. Aside from being stained red with blood, they were in perfect condition, not torn up or anything. It was determined that all of her body parts had been dumped in the early hours of the morning that they were found. Nobody had noticed the burp. Altogether, the authorities found more than 2,000 separate pieces of whoever this woman was. Yeah, 2,000 pieces. The coroners did their best to piece her back together so that they could get a better idea of who the victim might be. In doing so, they realized that 4 of her organs were missing. Her heart, liver, spleen, and a section of her intestines. The rest of her remains had been boiled, even the head. Whoever had sliced her up had done so with surgical precision and had used multiple tools to get the job done. The detectives clearly weren't dealing with a run-of-the-mill psycho with this one. They reached out to the parents of all of the students who hadn't been seen on the school grounds for the past few days. The mother of the victim was able to identify her daughter thanks to a distinguishing mole on her boiled face. These were the remains of Diao Aiqing, a 19-year-old freshman at the university. She was shy, solitary, and academically gifted. She didn't have any friends on campus, But then again, she didn't have any enemies either. She'd been missing for the past 9 days, but because she was always so quiet, nobody had noticed her absence. It's not clear at what point during those 9 days her life was taken. Some of her classmates reported seeing her on a busy market street on the night she disappeared. News of the case got out, and it quickly became a huge headline. The detectives knew they had to catch the perp. They took blood samples from all of the students who knew or had classes with Diao, from anyone with a history in the nearby area, from everyone in her hometown. More than 10,000 people were questioned. The market where Diao was last seen was searched thoroughly. This all resulted in diddly squat. Nothing. The case went cold. So, what happened to Diao? Who was responsible for literally butchering her, and why did they do it? Well, like I said, because of its morbidity, this case is quite infamous in China, and when the internet became widespread in the bigger cities, a lot of theories started popping up online. Some interesting, some just downright bizarre. Reddit user Love2 Clarkson recently detailed some of the more popular ones, and I highly recommend checking out their post, link in the bio, but I'll briefly go over some of those theories here. Theory 1. Diao was captured and killed by the university itself. The med department there was preparing for China's first intestinal transplant, and they chose Diao as an unwilling donor. Theory 2. Diao went to the market stalls that fateful night to purchase heavy metal CDs, only to be ritualistically slain by the stall's owner so that he could absorb her soul. Theory 3. Diao was simply killed by one cannibalistic serial killer or another. There were several that operated in the area at the time. Theory 4. Diao was slain for her 4 missing organs, which were then sold on the black market. Theory 5. Somebody killed Diao using the method of 1,000 cuts, so that, according to Confucianism, her soul would never be complete in the afterlife. This may have been a roommate who had an argument with Diao shortly before she died. So yeah, like I said, some plausible theories, some crazy ones. But those are all just theories. After more than 2 decades, you're probably thinking that this case must at least have a main suspect, right? Well, according to one local news source, Diao's case was actually solved. Apparently the perpetrator was a man named Li Jishuo. Jishuo was a well-respected medical professor at the university, was considered to be one of the top scientific professionals in all of China, and was the son of a high-up government official. The article, written in Mandarin, even states that he confessed to taking Diao's life and slicing her up, but that he was subsequently released due to insufficient material evidence. The report ends by saying that he and his wife fled to the US immediately after he was released. If that report's to be believed, then this case has indeed been solved, but since that's the only article online about this case actually having a resolution, well, it's kind of hard whether to say it's true or not. Given how corrupt the Chinese system is, I have to say it's pretty believable, and Jishuo certainly would have had the medical skill to slice her up so methodically. Still, with no other sources to back up the article's claim, and no supporting evidence, interviews or details to speak of, we're kind of left in a bizarre limbo at the bottom of this rabbit hole. This case was solved. Or was it? If you Google Diao's name in Chinese, the next suggested search result that comes up is Li Jishuo. Searching his name leads to various discussion boards and conspiracy websites, some claiming that he killed Diao as part of a medical experiment because of her rare Rh blood type, others saying that the pair were former lovers. Again, all of those online rumors are just that, rumors. There's little in the way of real evidence to substantiate any of those posts. So, it could be that Li Jishuo was responsible for Diao's death, or he could just be a scapegoat in a case that still doesn't have an answer. People do like to speculate and reach conclusions after all. It's hard to find information about this case written in English, but it's been discussed a lot on the Unresolved Mysteries subreddit, so if you're interested in reading more, or sharing your own theories about what happened, I'd recommend heading over there and checking out some of the posts. I've left links in the description below. Regular viewers of this channel might remember a video I made a while back. 5 video clips with disturbing backstories. In it, I talked about the dating game killer, Rodney Alcala, a man who appeared on a TV dating show back in the 70s, who later turned out to be a serial murderer. I know lots of you might have missed that episode, seeing how he got hit by the yellow button of demonetization. So for those of you who didn't tune in, the short story is that between 1968 and 1979, Alcala claimed the lives of at least 8 people across various states in the US, though his exact number of victims remains unclear, and could be as many as 130. Alcala's methods were simple but effective. He'd pretend to be a professional photographer and offer his potential victims the opportunity for a private, high-quality photo shoot. Lured in by his good looks and charm, many people, mostly women, accepted his proposal. Once he'd gained their trust by taking a few snaps of them in public, he'd invite them to join him in a more private setting. When he had them alone and to himself, that's when Alcala would not only take their final pictures, but their lives as well. When he was finally apprehended, investigators found Alcala's camera, along with multiple photo albums. There were thousands of pictures of hundreds of different people, all of them potential victims. As such, it remains unknown just how many lives Alcala claimed during his 11-year rampage. Over the years, the authorities have been able to track down some of the individuals from the photos, but many of them remain unaccounted for. Despite there being a public request for people from the photos to come forward, the identities and well-being of many of the photographed people remain unknown to this day. Despite their innocent appearance, any of these photos could be of people he slayed moments later. Do you recognize anyone in these images? If so, you might hold the answer to a small part of a very large, very sinister mystery. There's something particularly sickening about evil doctors and nurses who purposefully take the lives of their patients. Perhaps it's because they've sworn an oath to do the exact opposite of that, or because they're in a position of power over such vulnerable people, or because their medical knowledge helps them cover their tracks more easily. Anyway, no prizes for guessing what this next entry's about. A few days ago, I was surfing through Reddit as one does, when I came across an AMA titled, "I Hunt Medical Serial Killers. Ask Me Anything." Well, that caught my attention. The whole thread was hosted by a guy who worked on exposing doctors and nurses that use their medical expertise to prematurely end the lives of their patients, mostly just for the thrill of it. He even shared the disturbing insight that, although in a lot of these cases the other staff members know their coworker is killing their patients, they frequently still remain working without any action taken against them until the media or law enforcement gets involved. And that's disappointing to hear, but perhaps most of them just don't want to believe that one of their own could really be doing something so terrible, and convince themselves that they're just imagining things. I'm trying to look on the positive side here, guys. Anyway, one user asked the question, in your opinion, what are some of the most crazy stories of medical serial killers? They're similar in some respects, and unique in others, replied the OP. I think the nurse in Italy who took a selfie with her and the patient she had just murdered is pretty crazy. The nurse he was talking about is Daniela Poggiali. At her hospital in Lugo, northern Italy, medical staff started to become concerned with their rising mortality rate. A lot of patients, particularly the older ones, were dying at an alarming rate. This perplexed most of them, who wanted to get to the bottom of this mystery. After a while, some of the other nurses started becoming suspicious of Daniela. They began to notice that she would sedate patients that would bother her during her shifts. This behavior started to raise a few eyebrows, and people secretly started paying more attention to what Daniela was getting up to on her rounds. The more keen-eyed amongst them realized that whenever Daniela was on duty, the death rate at the hospital went up, and whenever she'd go on vacation, it would drop back down again. A coincidence? Maybe, but definitely an observation that warranted closer inspection. In the end, it turned out that Daniela was indeed poisoning her patients with potassium chloride. A woman named Manuela Alki recalled how when her mother was sick at the hospital with a mild ailment, Daniela rushed her out of the room, saying that she had things to do. 10 minutes later, Manuela returned to find a small glass vial attached to her mother's drip feed, which hadn't been there before. This vial ran out in just a few minutes. After that, her mother started convulsing, and her eyes rolled back into her head. A few minutes after that, she was gone. Traces of potassium chloride leave the body very quickly, and it's extremely hard to detect. Luckily, one of her more suspicious co-workers quickly ran some tests on the dead woman and found traces of the poison just in time. A used vial of potassium chloride was also found in a disposal unit. This was reported, and the authorities soon paid a visit to Daniela. They asked if she could explain to them one thing. Why was she present for 93 deaths in 2 years at the hospital, more than 3 or 4 times the average of her other colleagues, and more than double that of the nurse with the second highest figure? Just bad luck, she said. Daniela was quickly arrested. During their investigation, a lot of disturbing details emerged surrounding Daniela. How she stole her patients' personal belongings, gave them extra laxatives to cause trouble for the next person on shift, administered sleeping agents to ensure an easy shift for herself. They even learned that when one of her co-workers said they were going to report her for her behavior, Daniela subtly threatened them by leaving a funeral bouquet on the hood of their car. When they searched her phone, they found these 2 images of her, smiling and laughing next to the bodies of 2 patients whose lives she had just ended. She appeared in court, laughing and smiling just like in those photos, and didn't appear to be taking the whole thing very seriously. While in prison, the blonde nurse received a slew of fan mail from admirers, and even got the odd marriage proposal or 2. In a twisted way, she seemed to be enjoying the publicity she was receiving. In 2016, she was sentenced to life behind bars. Despite the authorities being sure of her guilt, and this case effectively being solved, Daniela made an appeal the following year, and was released in 2017 over a technicality. She still faces criminal action over the other deaths she's suspected of. Greeley, Colorado, December 20th, 1984. Janelle Matthews, age 12, was performing with the Franklin Middle School Choir at a Christmas concert. Her adoptive family weren't in attendance, since her mum was away visiting Janelle's sick grandfather, and her dad was watching his other daughter's basketball game elsewhere. After the concert, Janelle called a ride home with her friend and friend's mother. They dropped her off at her house at around 8:15 p.m. Janelle entered her family home and found herself completely alone. Her father and sister still hadn't returned. At 8:30, the telephone rang, and Janelle took a message for her father. That was the last time anyone heard of her. An hour later, at 9:30, Janelle's father returned home. The youngster was nowhere to be found. By 10, there was still no sign of her, and he really started to worry. He phoned the police to report his daughter missing. Investigators arrived at the house 15 minutes later and noticed something extremely chilling. There were footprints in the snow outside leading up to the house. Someone had been looking in through the downstairs windows. There were no signs of a struggle or forced entry, but it was clear that someone had taken Janelle. The hunt for her was on. Janelle's disappearance received a lot of public attention at the time, and President Ronald Reagan even mentioned her during a speech. News publications across the country frequently reported on her case. Unfortunately, this was all for naught. For 35 years, Janelle's whereabouts and well-being remained unknown. During all that time, there were barely any leads to work with. It was as if she had just vanished in a puff of smoke. Then, by sheer coincidence, on July 23rd, 2019, workers installing pipeline about 15 miles from where Janelle used to live made a disturbing discovery. In the earth, they found human bones. A DNA test confirmed that the remains belonged to Janelle. Further examination proved that her life had been ended by a gunshot to the head. As tragic as this was, after 35 years she'd finally been found, and her family could have a small modicum of closure. But the question still remained. Who had so coldly taken her life away that snowy December night in '84? Well, with her body now discovered, the wheels on this case were finally in motion, and less than 2 months later, authorities announced they had a person of interest. That person was Steve Pankey, a man who'd run for governor in Idaho in 2014 and 2018. He even made his own YouTube account to support his campaign for governorship, an account which has the grand total of 8 subscribers. Pankey had been a youth pastor at the church Janelle's family went to, and lived just 2 miles away from them. In October of this year, they had enough evidence to indict him for Janelle's murder. Numerous details came out following this indictment. It was revealed that Pankey had long been a suspect in the case because he couldn't help inserting himself into it. He'd often go to the police and tell them that he had information about the case, and that in exchange for immunity, he could tell them about it. This, of course, piqued their suspicion. In 2008, Pankey's own son was murdered, and at the funeral, Pankey was heard bizarrely muttering to himself, "I hope God didn't allow this to happen because of Janelle Matthews." Pankey was also a Patreon supporter of numerous podcasts that covered Janelle's mysterious disappearance, including The Trail Went Cold. The guy was obsessed with his involvement right up until the day he was caught. Only then did he start playing dumb and saying that he'd never heard of Janelle or her family. Detectives questioned Pankey's wife about everything, and the poor woman had no idea that she'd been living with Janelle's killer for all of those years. She recalled how at the time of her disappearance, her husband had taken an uncharacteristic interest in the case, frequently scouring radio stations for news about the missing girl. He even forced his wife to read newspaper articles about Janelle's case. She also told them that a short while after news of the case broke out, her husband's car mysteriously caught fire and had to be disposed of at a salvage yard. She has since divorced her killer husband. Former husband. So, there we have it. After 33 years, Steve Pankey no doubt thought he got away with murder. Well, he thought wrong.
These are the kind of photos that turn your stomach. Yadira Reyes was 26 years old when she went on a date with Michael Gargiulo, pictured here. He seemed like a nice guy at first, of course, but as their date progressed, he started to become forceful, aggressive. You can see just how comfortable Yadira was in these images. The date ended even worse, with Michael ushering Yadira into the back of his van, driving her to a secluded area, and then beginning to have his way with her against her will. She protested through the entire ordeal, until Michael finally gave in and got off her. He agreed to drive Yadira back to her home, but warned her to keep her mouth shut. Now that backstory is horrible enough, but an entire decade later, Yadira would receive a phone call that put the whole encounter into an even darker context. You see, you might know Michael Gargiulo by another alias, namely the Hollywood Ripper. Not that Yadira or anyone else at the time knew that, of course. He was responsible for the murder of at least 3 women when he and Yadira went on their date together, though his true number of victims could be as many as 10. It's unknown whether Gargiulo was responsible for stabbing his 18-year-old neighbor to death on her back doorstep when he was 17, though he allegedly moved from Glenview, Illinois to Los Angeles to escape the heat from the authorities. Several other incidents have been positively linked to him, though. In 2001, he stabbed Ashley Ellerin 47 times at her Hollywood home, inflicting a neck wound so deep that her head almost became detached from her body. On the night of her death, she had planned to go for dinner and drinks with her then romantic interest, Ashton Kutcher. The actor would later go on to testify at Gargiulo's trial, stating that he went to Ashley's home mere moments after she'd been murdered. He saw what he thought was red wine on her carpet. In 2005, Gargiulo again took a blade and repeatedly stabbed his neighbor to death in El Monte, California. In 2008, he again attempted to slash a different neighbor to death in Santa Monica. Definitely not a guy you want to live next to, I can tell you that much. Luckily, the woman he attacked was able to fend Gargiulo off, and investigators were able to match DNA found at the scene to Gargiulo. He was apprehended 1 month later. After numerous delays, Gargiulo's trial ended in 2019, where he was found guilty on all counts. His sentencing has also been delayed, so it's unknown whether he'll be spending the rest of his life in prison, or if he'll receive capital punishment. Only time will tell. Let's be honest, we've all got a few skeletons in our closet. Some of us, literally. This little mystery is absolutely bizarre and has a bunch of unanswered questions attached to it. Let's take a look at the body in the drag queen's closet. Dorian Corey was a relatively well-known trans woman, drag queen, and fashion designer living in Harlem.
she'd regularly appeared in high-profile shows in the city, and even featured in the documentary Paris is Burning. Unfortunately for her, she never had much money to speak of. In 1993, Dorian passed away at the age of 56. It's not the circumstances of her death that are suspicious, though. 2 months after she passed, Dorian's friend and caretaker, Lois Taylor, and 2 of her pals were going through Dorian's closet in search of Halloween costumes. Dorian had given them permission to do so before she died. What they found inside was unexpected, to say the least. After rifling through feathers, fabrics, and sequins, they noticed a large, green-plaid garment bag on the floor that was far too heavy for any of them to lift. Unable to find the zipper, Lois cut it open with a pair of scissors, hoping to find some exciting Halloween props to use inside. Instead, she and her friends found something else. The partially mummified corpse of a man curled up in the fetal position with a bullet hole in his head. A putrid stench escaped the bag and filled the room, and Lois immediately called the authorities. An investigation was quickly underway. The body itself had been wrapped in fake leather and plastic bags. After unwrapping it, several pull tabs from old 1960s flip-top beer cans fell out. The victim's once brown skin had turned yellow and purple. Their ears were reduced to mere cartilage, and they had obviously been dead for a long time. So, naturally, the detectives on the case were faced with several questions. Whose body was this? How long had they been deceased? How did they end up in Dorian's closet? Was she keeping it there? If so, why? Using a chemical solution to harden the body's brittle fingers, the coroners were able to retrieve a set of fingerprints. They now knew who the mouldy remains belonged to. The cadaver was Robert Bobby Worley, a former criminal with an extensive record. He hadn't been seen or heard from since the mid to late 60s. That, along with the pull tabs, led them to conclude that Bobby had been dead for the past 20 years. Still, that didn't explain why he was in Dorian's house. Had he been inside her closet for the whole 20 years? Was the drag queen actually a murderer? That didn't seem likely. Dorian was a calm, thoughtful, and peaceful person. So, let's dive into this diva's rabbit hole and explore a few of the leading theories on the hows and whys. Theory number 1. Dorian and Bobby had a turbulent relationship that took a dark turn. Though Bobby was a very secretive person, he did allegedly open up to his brother about being in a relationship with a woman named Dorian, who he often fought with, sometimes physically. Bobby was a very aggressive person, so if the pair really were in a relationship, perhaps Dorian killed him in order to protect herself, or maybe even to get revenge. Theory number 2. This has never been confirmed by authorities, but supposedly a note was found pinned to Bobby's remains that simply read, "This poor man broke into my home and was trying to rob me." It was written in Dorian's handwriting. Like I said, Bobby had an extensive record. Perhaps he had broken into Dorian's home and she acted in self-defense. Finally, theory number 3. Dorian was covering up for the real murderer, hiding Bobby's body in her apartment to protect whoever had taken his life. Dorian had moved apartments in 1988, and it seems unlikely that she would have lugged a dead body to her new home. It's more likely that the body was already there in the apartment when she moved in. She may have moved to that new place specifically to help protect the previous occupant and safeguard their secret. Thing is, all of those theories fail to explain one important thing. Why didn't she get rid of the remains over the course of 20 years? Panic. According to Detective Figueroa, who worked the case, people just wrap up a body in whatever's available. It's just spontaneous. You wrap it up, then you put it in a suitcase, then you put it in the closet, then you just look at it periodically and wish that it would go away. On top of that, she lived in a bustling part of New York City, not exactly the easiest place to dispose of a body. After killing him, Dorian likely routinely covered Bobby in baking soda to suppress any odors. But then again, if she was innocent of any wrongdoing, why didn't she just come clean to the cops after killing him? Well, Dorian was a black trans woman living in a poor neighborhood. Given this incident had likely happened in the 60s, she probably feared that nobody would have any sympathy for her, even if she had acted in self-defense. Ultimately, we don't know which of these theories is correct, and because this isn't exactly a well-known case, no matter how far we dig into this rabbit hole, we'll probably never get a definitive answer. Back to Asia for this last one. A little known mystery that caught my attention. It really resonates with me because it happened in a city I used to call home. Hong Kong. Annie Ashekian was a bright soul. A paralegal with a free spirit, she loved nothing more than travelling the globe and getting into adventures. By the time she turned 30, she'd already explored around 30 countries.
Or something.
Barrow took a deep breath.
As a man with sick
countries, mostly solo. When she turned 31 back in 2008, Annie was ready to jet off on a new expedition, this time with 2 of her friends. She'd just returned home to Canada after holidaying with her boyfriend. That's when her pals told her about a trip to China they had planned. She made a spur-of-the-moment decision to join them. Her family found that a little out of character. Sure, Annie loved to travel, but she was more of the planning type of gal. The type who spent weeks deciding where she wanted to go, what her itinerary would be, researching which restaurants to eat at. Nevertheless, 2 days after arriving back home, she flew from Toronto to Beijing with her 2 companions, with the intention of exploring as much of China as possible. She was slated to return home via India in December. But something happened to Annie during that spontaneous trip. Something nefarious. And, for reasons that still remain unclear, she disappeared entirely. And today, 12 years later, her whereabouts and well-being remain unknown. Let's go over the details. Annie and her friends landed in Beijing on October 25th. Their first week there went according to plan, with the 3 of them exploring the city and the surrounding areas. On Friday, October 31st, that all changed. At 12:30 AM, in the early hours of Halloween, Annie upped and left the hotel she was staying at with her travel companions. The 2 other girls didn't think this was unusual. Annie liked to go off by herself and explore at her own pace, and they just assumed she was still jet-lagged and couldn't sleep, that she wanted to do something more interesting than lie around in bed restlessly. Later that morning, Annie returned to the hotel room. Here's where things get strange. After returning, she took a bath, had a coffee, and, strangely, packed up all of her things and checked out of the hotel alone, without telling either of her friends what she was doing, where she was going, or why she was leaving. That was the last time either of them saw Annie. Like I said, the young globetrotter liked to travel solo, but it didn't make sense that she'd just pack up and leave without so much as a goodbye or an explanation. This troubled her friends, who both tried to contact her. Annie never replied to their calls or messages. Here's what we know. Sometime between October 31st and November 8th, Annie travelled to Xi'an by train, a journey that takes roughly 5 hours. Xi'an is one of China's most popular tourist destinations, so no major cause for concern just yet. On Wednesday, November 5th, Annie sent a final email from her Hotmail account. After this, she never sends another email again. On November 9th, Annie caught a plane from Xi'an and arrived in Hong Kong. The following day, there was an unconfirmed sighting of her at a place called Chungking Mansions. Now, I've been to Chungking Mansions myself. Over the years, it's cleaned up a little bit, but back then, it was known as the ghetto of Hong Kong. When I went, I was literally swarmed by aggressive people when I walked inside, all of them trying to sell me all sorts of stolen or illegal goods. Hong Kong was a really safe place when I was living there, but that was one of the few places everyone knew shady stuff was going down at. I can only imagine things were even worse back in 2008. Now, this sighting was unconfirmed, but if Annie really was there, was she visiting the mansions as a tourist? Staying in one of the really cheap hostels there? Or was her visit there for some other reason? On November 11th, Annie was caught on CCTV at Causeway Bay, withdrawing 2,800 Hong Kong dollars from an ATM. That's around $350 US. She appeared calm on the tape. At 8:30 AM that day, she sent her sister a text message saying to wish her niece a happy birthday. That was the last communication she had with any of her loved ones. On December 15th, Annie was scheduled to catch a plane from India back to Canada. She never made that flight. In fact, the records show that she never made it out of Hong Kong at all, not through an airport at least. Around Christmas, there was another unconfirmed sighting of Annie in Hong Kong's Wan Chai area. Wan Chai is a very seedy part of Hong Kong, the kind of place where they sell love by the hour. Despite its low crime rate, Hong Kong was, and still is, infamous for being a transit point for human trafficking. It's possible that her supposed sighting in Wan Chai could mean she herself was a victim of trafficking, but that doesn't explain her strange behavior leading up to her ultimate disappearance. It doesn't seem like she was forced to abandon her friends, then travel to Xi'an and then to Hong Kong, and it doesn't seem as if she was stressed at all in the video footage captured of her. Still, that unconfirmed sighting is the last piece of possible evidence we have, and where the trail for this particular case goes cold. What happened to Annie? Was she sold into servitude, or did she disappear on her own accord? Why did she so uncharacteristically leave her friends in Beijing without so much as a goodbye? Annie had a great career back in Canada, a happy relationship with her boyfriend, and the pair of them had bright future plans to move to Argentina together. It's so sad that that all went to waste. As of today, none of Annie's belongings have ever been recovered, and the authorities are no closer now to finding her than they were back then. He was born by the river in a little tent, and just like that river, he'd been running ever since. Sam Cooke was at the peak of his career in the late 50s, early 60s, but I'm sure even the youngsters among you are at least familiar with his biggest hits. For example, A Change Is Gonna Come, a song that's been covered countless times. What you might not be familiar with, though, is the uncertainty surrounding his death at the age of 33, when he was shot and killed in a California motel, apparently in self-defense. Or was he? The mystery surrounding this case isn't who pulled the trigger, but more to do with the circumstances of his killing, the reason behind it, and if it really happened the way the official report alleges. Let's start from the beginning. Known as the King of Soul, and credited by many as the pioneer of soul music, Sam Cooke's work contributed to the rise of other superstars like Aretha Franklin, Stevie Wonder, and Marvin Gaye. His career came to a literal dead end on the night of December 11th, 1964, when police were summoned to the Hacienda Motel in LA. They were responding to two separate reports of a kidnapping and a shooting. When they arrived, they found Sam Cooke on the floor with a hole in his chest. He'd been shot through the heart by the motel's manager, Bertha Franklin. She claimed to have killed him in self-defense, but Cooke's acquaintances quickly disputed this. This case is very much a he said, she said mystery, but with a few interesting clues mixed in, which might lead us to the correct answer. Here's the motel manager's version of events. According to Bertha Franklin, Cooke came banging on her office door in the middle of the night, shouting, "Where's the girl?" Bertha shouted back that she was alone in the office, and that whoever he was looking for, she wasn't in there with her. In a rage, Cooke then burst into the office, wearing nothing except for one shoe and a sport jacket. He then began to grapple with Bertha. She was able to break away from him, and ran to retrieve her firearm from the top of the TV she was watching. She fired 3 rounds, missing twice. One of the slugs hit its target though, Cooke's chest. He exclaimed, "Lady, you shot me," more astonished than angry. He then charged at her one final time, at which point she hit him over the head with a broom. He finally collapsed to the floor and died from his chest wound. Well, that's the story that Bertha told the investigators. So, who was this mystery woman that Cooke was looking for, and why was he so angry and adamant to find her? Well, Cooke had apparently arrived at the motel that evening, accompanied by a 22-year-old woman named Elisa Boyer. According to Elisa, she and Cooke met at a nightclub that evening, and Cooke had agreed to drive her home. Instead of doing so, she said he instead drove her to the Hacienda Motel and began to forcefully undress her in the room he had just paid for. Fearing for her safety, she scooped up her own clothes, and accidentally scooped up Cooke's as well, and ran outside. She then made her way to a payphone and reported what had just happened to her. So, sounds pretty cut and dry, right? Sam Cooke was extremely talented and famous, but he also had a dark side, and got what he deserved in the end after trying to have his way with an unconsenting woman. Well, maybe. But Elisa's story has been called into question by many people, as her version of events don't seem to line up with reality. Her account contains numerous inconsistencies. For example, she claims to have met Sam at the club, but was seen with him at a place called Martoni's Restaurant much earlier in the evening. Everyone had their eyes on Cooke at the restaurant. He was, after all, a dashing celebrity. According to eyewitnesses, he was seen waving around thousands of dollars and buying all of his friends drinks. Those who were eavesdropping into his conversation said that Elisa willingly went to the motel with him. When they arrived at the motel, Cook left Elisa in the car while he went to book the room, which would have given her plenty of time to escape if she felt like she was in danger or had been forced to go there against her will. Not to mention, Elisa herself was somewhat of a sordid character, and was the kind of girl who didn't mind selling her time and her body, if you get my meaning. In fact, she was arrested for doing so only 1 month after Cook's demise, busted by an undercover officer. Given her history, and the fact that Cook was known to carry large amounts of cash on him, it's been theorized that he hired her services, and that when they reached the motel, she actually slipped out with Cook's clothing intentionally to stop him from chasing her, and to take all of the money inside his pockets. Perhaps Cook's fury wasn't because a victim had escaped his clutches, but because he'd just been robbed. His anger was likely exacerbated by all of the drinks he'd had at dinner. Still, if he really was grappling with Bertha, the manager, and if she really did fear for her own life, then that all doesn't matter, right? She was still justified in shooting him. The plot thickens again. Cook's friends examined his body at the morgue, and found that it was in far worse shape than Bertha's story would have suggested. According to Bertha, an ex-madam with a criminal history of her own by the way, she simply shot Cook and then hit him on the head with a broomstick. However, when legendary singer Etta James viewed her friend's remains, she was shocked to find Cook's head almost detached from his torso, his hands broken and crushed, and his nose mangled. These injuries were far beyond the official account. The plot thickens again. Cook's friends examined his body at the morgue and found that it was in far worse shape than Bertha's story would have suggested. According to Bertha,
This took place when I was renting a 2-bedroom apartment. So I shared the place with a roommate named Caleb, and we had lived together for roughly 8 months by this point without any prior issues. The apartment was an older, converted building with narrow hallways and uneven door frames, which is relevant to how the sound carried at night in this place, but I woke up at around maybe 2 or 2:30 in the morning at some stage. There was no noise that I recall triggering it, no dream that carried over or anything like that. I was alert almost immediately, which stood out to me because I usually take several seconds to sort of orient myself after waking up. My bed faced a recessed wardrobe area with a sliding door that was usually kept partially open, and when I sat up, I noticed a person standing inside of that empty space, positioned sideways as if reaching or searching for something. The individual was very short with a large head and was wearing some sort of a jumpsuit or something. Based on what I was seeing, at first I thought it might have been Caleb sort of crouched down or something. We owned similar clothing and the lighting conditions were low but sufficient to make out a silhouette clearly. And because of that assumption, my initial reaction was neutral rather than fearful, and I thought that he may have come into my room by mistake or was looking for something that he had misplaced or whatever. I spoke his name once, then again more loudly when there was no response. The person stopped moving after the second time that I spoke though, and then they turned to face me. At that point, the situation shifted from confusing to just threatening. The facial features aligned generally with my roommates, but there were like inconsistencies that I could immediately articulate. Most notably was the size of the person, and the size of the head as well. The gaze didn't track me in a normal way as well, and it felt sort of static as if the face was present without active attention behind it. What I mean is that the face was Caleb's, but the body was strange. It was as if he had shrunk by like 3 feet, and now had a really large head and a really skinny body. There was no verbal response, and after several seconds, the figure stepped backward, exited the room, and moved down the hallway toward the living room. The movement was steady and unhurried and smooth in a way that is hard to explain. I didn't follow, though. I remained seated, listening for additional sounds, such as the front door opening or footsteps returning, but I didn't hear anything. I stayed awake for the remainder of the night after that. I checked the apartment before leaving for work in the morning. Nothing appeared disturbed, and the front door was locked. Later that day, I asked Caleb why he had come into my room during the night, and he looked genuinely confused and told me that he apparently had not even been home that night. You see, he had stayed overnight at his partner's apartment across town and had arrived back mid-morning after I had already left. At that point, I considered several explanations. Maybe I was just hallucinating, or maybe it was some sort of sleep paralysis or something. Another possibility was that it was an intruder who happened to resemble my roommate and exited quietly, though there were no signs of forced entry or missing items or anything. Well, several weeks later, the building management notified tenants that a former resident had been accessing units using an old master key that had not been properly accounted for during renovations. No direct connection was made to my apartment, but the timing aligned closely enough to offer a plausible explanation, I suppose. Although that really doesn't explain the person's dimensions and just how weird they looked. So my partner and I took a week away to a family-owned house in Spain. It's in a very small sort of agricultural village there, and we'd been dating only a few months at this stage. He was dealing with sustained pressure at work, and I was handling estate and legal matters following a recent death in my immediate family. The purpose of the trip was not leisure in the usual sense. Continuing our obligations remotely while changing environment really was what it was all about. The village is sparsely populated outside of festival season. During the summer, many residents are absent, and the house faces a central square used primarily for events and children's play. The square contains an old municipal building, basic playground equipment, and an open paved area. Behind it, separated by a shallow slope, is a utility enclosure housing electrical infrastructure for the square's lighting, bordered by unmanaged trees and low-growth agricultural land as well. This layout matters because of sightlines and lighting conditions at night. So on our second evening, shortly before midnight, we left the house to sit in the square and to get some fresh air. This was not unusual locally, and there was no activity or noise in the area. We initially used the swings near the center of the square, then moved toward a secondary play structure closer to the municipal building. One of the lights in that section was not functioning, leaving the area dim but not fully dark. I was seated facing toward the utility structure and trees. My partner was facing toward the houses, and at one point I noticed a porch light at a neighboring house turn off, and I registered this only as an indication that no one else was outside at this point. Now, within seconds of that, I experienced a sudden physical response to something. Increased heart rate, I felt a bit dizzy, and a strong impulse to just leave the area. Mind you, there was nothing in the area that should have really caused it. No sound preceded it, and I didn't see anything. I didn't speak immediately, but my partner noticed my posture change and made eye contact. He later described experiencing the same reaction independently. Well, we continued talking briefly without addressing it directly, but the sense of urgency increased rather than faded. The perceived source of the discomfort was consistently located behind the municipal building, near the tree line adjacent to the electrical structure. We didn't observe movement, hear footsteps, or see light or anything. What was noticeable, though, was the absence of ambient noise all of a sudden. Insects and wind had been audible earlier, and they were just no longer there anymore. In fact, it was as if the whole world had gone silent all of a sudden. We exited the playground using the route that kept us facing the open street rather than the trees. We walked at a controlled pace and didn't run. I continued checking behind us until we reached the road. There was no pursuit, sound, or visual confirmation of any other people there. But once inside of the house, we discussed the experience. Our descriptions aligned in timing, intensity, and perceived direction. Neither of us had seen anything identifiable. The lack of clear cause made the experience more difficult to contextualize as well. Not more dramatic or anything, but it was around then that we noticed the time. It was now 5 o'clock in the morning, and the sun was about to rise. But that made no sense at all. I mean, we went down there at like midnight, and we'd been there for maybe 20 minutes maximum. So where had all that time gone? Well, the following day, we attempted to resume normal activities. That evening, we drove to a nearby mountain town for dinner and returned after about 3 hours. When we arrived, I exited the car to open the garage gate, and at the base of the driveway incline, directly in front of the entrance, there was a dead cat positioned across a drainage channel. There was no visible injury consistent with a vehicle strike, and no blood, broken limbs, or skid marks or anything. My partner, who had prior experience in rural areas, noted that the body condition suggested that the animal had not died at that location, and that death had probably occurred earlier. I didn't touch it. We entered the house immediately and secured the doors. The cat remained in the same position until the following night as well, after which it was just gone. We didn't see who removed it, or if maybe a wild animal had taken it or something, but no further incidences occurred during that stay or on subsequent visits. The playground has not produced the same reaction since then, and I have not experienced any missing time apart from that time. I have spoken to a couple of people before about this who have suggested maybe abductions or something, like alien abductions, but I don't know about any of that stuff, and I've never seen anything like that, so I don't know. If you have any idea as to what this could have been, then I would love to hear from you guys, because really, I'm completely stumped. I'm not presenting this as a paranormal claim, but as a series of repeated perceptions that have continued long enough to be difficult to ignore anymore. I am aware that stress, lighting, and expectation can all influence perception, and I do factor that in when describing what happened. These experiences began around 2015, when I was living in a single-story rental house in regional Victoria, Australia. I was a teenager at the time. I had no diagnosed mental health conditions, no history of hallucinations, and no substance use either. The house itself was ordinary enough and relatively quiet, located on a residential street with little night traffic. I've always been comfortable moving around the house in low light. I often walk through rooms without turning lights on, especially at night. During those periods, though, I began noticing brief visual disturbances that appeared only in my peripheral vision. These were not clear figures, but sort of like shapes that suggested a human outline positioned in doorways, corners, or partially obscured spaces, such as like beneath the kitchen counter. When I turned my head to look directly, nothing was ever there, though. At first, I dismissed this as a normal visual processing issue. Peripheral vision is unreliable at best, and the brain fills in gaps, right? However, the timing and the repetition stood out to me the most. These impressions occurred almost exclusively at night and only ever inside of the house. They didn't happen outdoors or in other buildings. There was one earlier incident too when I was younger that differed from the others in clarity. This happened around 2011, while I was sitting on the floor watching television in the living room during the afternoon. So, I saw a person standing several feet in front of me, fully within my direct line of sight. The figure appeared female, approximately my height at the time, and her hair covered most of her face. The lighting made it difficult to determine whether she was standing in shadow or whether her appearance was just uniformly dark, but her clothing looked minimal and casual. Not costume-like or anything, but just minimal. She didn't move or speak, and I looked at her for several seconds, before looking away, that is, and when I looked back, she was gone. That was the only time that I did see anything with that level of clarity. It never did repeat, and I didn't tell anyone about it. In the years afterward, the experiences returned to being brief, unclear, and peripheral again. Another incident, though, occurred late one night when I walked into the kitchen to get some food. The room was dark, and when I switched on the overhead light, I saw a dark human-shaped outline standing in the doorway that connected the kitchen to a bedroom. The shape appeared oriented toward the television in the adjacent room, and not toward me. As soon as the light came on, the shape turned its head in my direction, and then was no longer visible. There was no gradual change or movement out of view. It was literally like it just blinked out of existence. Nobody else was present, and there were no objects positioned in a way that could have caused a shadow matching that shape. I didn't feel panic so much as a confusion, I guess, and also a heightened alertness. In addition to visual experiences, though, there have been occasional auditory ones too. Like one night, while lying in bed in complete silence, I heard a low vocal sound that resembled a strained or uneven human voice. It lasted several seconds and didn't repeat. I stayed still and did not look around the room. The house was otherwise quiet, and there were no environmental sources that could have clearly explained the sound. Throughout this period, though, I also experienced a reoccurring sense of being observed while inside of the house. This didn't occur constantly and didn't feel like fear in the moment, but more like a persistent awareness that would surface without a clear trigger. It never followed me outside of the home too, which was a bit weird, but I've considered multiple explanations for all of this. Anxiety, imagination, sleep-related disturbances, and normal visual misinterpretations in low light, all of it. But none of it fully accounts for the consistency of the location, the timing, and the repetition. At the same time, there's no concrete evidence that anything external was present. These experiences decreased significantly after I moved out of that house, though, which, again, is weird. They haven't followed me to other residences or anything, and I don't claim to know what caused them. But what unsettles me the most is not the idea that something unexplainable occurred, but that the experiences stopped entirely once the environment changed, without any conscious effort on my part to address them too. That makes me think that there was something about that place which was not normal. In late 2023, I moved to Chicago to begin a postgraduate program. I arrived with limited savings and focused on finding a short-term furnished room within walking distance of campus. Due to the cost constraints, my options were pretty narrow. After several weeks, I was offered a room in an older private residence about 15 minutes from the college. The rent was below market, which I attributed to the age of the building and the residential location. The property was a 2-level house, though, built several decades earlier. It sat along a lightly trafficked road that bordered an active municipal cemetery at the rear. The owners were an elderly couple who presented as polite and pretty reserved. They rented rooms to students, apparently, and handled meals themselves. Another adult lived on site and managed daily tasks, and he interacted with tenants more than the owners did. Now, I was assigned an upstairs bedroom at the back of the house. The window faced directly toward the cemetery grounds. At the time, it didn't really concern me too. I was focused on proximity to the campus and affordability. On my first evening, though, dinner was delivered to my room rather than served in the common area. I initially assumed this was routine. During the delivery, the man responsible for the household duties became noticeably agitated while standing near the window. He told me to leave the room immediately, and when I hesitated, he physically guided me into the hallway, closed the door, and remained inside for several minutes. I could hear him speaking loudly, though I couldn't understand what he was actually saying. When he opened the door again, he told me directly not to open the window at any time, including during the day. No explanation was provided, and that was it. I agreed because I didn't want conflict and really had nowhere else to go at that point. Despite air conditioning, the room often felt unusually warm though, especially at night. This made sleep pretty difficult, but was not by itself alarming, I suppose. Anyway, over the following days, I noticed the household operated on rigid routines. Lights were off early, conversations were pretty limited. The owners attended church frequently and avoided discussing the property's history. When I asked general questions about the area, answers were pretty brief and always redirected. Within the first week, I began hearing what sounded like my name spoken softly near the window at night too. The voice was indistinct and inconsistent. At first I assumed it was the noise carrying from the street or nearby buildings or whatever. However, the windows were several meters above the ground level, and the sounds occurred even when there was no visible activity outside. I didn't open the window, obviously. In fact, I avoided looking directly at it after dark. The disturbances became more frequent, though. I would return from classes to find the window unlocked or partially open, despite leaving it closed. When questioned, the household staff either denied entering the room or claimed not to remember as well. At night, I heard intermittent sounds from the bathroom, including running water when the fixtures were dry. There were also brief impacts against the window frame, as if something had struck it lightly. The final incident, though, that occurred shortly after midnight on a weekday. I was awake due to noise and sitting upright in bed, and I noticed a shape positioned near the window that didn't align with the reflections or the shadows from outside lighting. It remained stationary and appeared to be sort of oriented toward me. I couldn't identify facial features clearly, but I was certain that something was present that had not been there just moments earlier. I didn't investigate further. Instead, I exited the room immediately, left the house, and I stayed elsewhere that night, a little bit spooked. The next day, I removed my belongings and informed the owners that I would not be returning. I did not request an explanation, and none was offered. I later secured housing further from campus at a higher cost. Since leaving that house too, I have not experienced similar disturbances. I later secured housing further from that campus at a higher cost, but I was glad to be out of there because whatever that was, and whatever was going on there, it wasn't normal. While my family was living in Ontario, Canada, my father was active duty and we lived in military housing just outside of the main residential area. I had spent the afternoon at a classmate's house, and my father came to collect me shortly after sunset. He was back at this point. The route that he chose was not the primary access road as well. Instead, he used a service road that ran through a large section of managed woodland and connected to a secondary checkpoint at some point. It shortened the drive by several miles and was rarely used by civilian traffic. The road had no street lighting, limited shoulders, and long stretches with no visibility beyond the vehicle's headlights. I was seated in the front passenger seat. We talked casually at first about school, plans for the evening, whether we would be late for dinner and stuff like that. The car interior was warm and the radio was off. The traffic was pretty much non-existent. Several minutes into the drive, though, the conversation ended without either of us intentionally stopping it. I remember noticing the silence because it felt sort of abrupt, but shortly after I became aware of a physical sensation that didn't align with the environment. A drop in the temperature and a tightening at the base of my skull. These sensations were not dramatic, but they were persistent enough to draw my attention away from the road. I didn't turn around, I didn't look in the mirrors, and what stood out most was a strong reluctance to check the back seats, despite having no clear reason to suspect anything was even wrong. The feeling was not fear in a conventional sense, but more like a conviction that acknowledging whatever was causing the discomfort would make the situation worse. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed my father's posture had changed as well. He was sitting rigidly, hands steady on the wheel, eyes fixed straight ahead. He didn't adjust the mirrors or glance sideways, which was unusual for him on dark roads. The vehicle that we were in was a large SUV with 2 full rows behind us. The sense that something was occupying the space behind the second row, it remained constant for several minutes. Mind you, there were no sounds, no movement, and no visual cues. The sensation didn't escalate, but it also didn't diminish until we reached the illuminated perimeter of the base checkpoint. But once we passed through the gate and continued toward our housing area, the discomfort faded gradually. Neither of us commented on it at the time, and we pulled into the driveway, and after the engine shut off, we remained seated longer than necessary, the silence continuing. I eventually turned to look at my father. He was already looking at me, and without prompting, he asked whether I had noticed anything unusual during the drive, specifically referencing the back of the vehicle. I confirmed that I had, and I described my reluctance to turn around or to speak, and he responded that he had experienced the same hesitation and that he had looked in the rearview mirror and apparently had seen something. We didn't attempt to define what the sensation was. We agreed only on the timing and the fact that it ended once we reached a populated, well-lit area. No further incidents occurred on that road before or after that, and years later, I asked him whether he remembered that drive, and he did. His interpretation was practical. He attributed it to fatigue, low sensory input, and the brain's tendency to misinterpret silence and darkness as threat indicators. I find that explanation plausible, but still, he did say that he did see something. A black shadow or a dark mass sitting in the back of the vehicle. The precise overlap in our reactions, and it was all without communication, mind you. It remains difficult to dismiss this entirely. Well, for me at least, not for my dad. Nothing ever followed from that experience. There were no reoccurring events, no changes in behavior, and no similar shared episodes ever again. It stands out only because it was simultaneous, unspoken, and resolved the moment that external conditions changed. I work as a site foreman for a residential construction, primarily overseeing late-stage inspections on new builds. That means that I'm usually alone on site early in the morning, and also again in the late afternoon, checking work completed by subcontractors and documenting anything that needs correction. I am pretty accustomed to inconsistencies, mislabeled breakers, fixtures installed out of sequence, temporary power still live when it shouldn't be. Most irregularities have straightforward explanations, but this incident, it occurred in March of 2022 on a single-family build outside of Ohio, in a newly developed subdivision that was still largely unoccupied. The house had passed through rough inspections and was nearing final electrical sign-off. According to the schedule, the electricians had completed their work the previous afternoon. I arrived on site just after 6:30 in the morning, to perform a standard walkthrough, and I followed my usual routine, checking outlet polarity, verifying fixture placement, opening cabinets and confirming the closets and the storage areas were clear of debris. Everything was consistent too, until I entered the rear bedroom, which was designated as a guest room. Now, when I opened the closet door, the overhead light was on. That alone was not unusual. Trades frequently leave lights energized, and I reached for the switch mounted outside of the closet opening and toggled it off. Nothing happened though. I flipped it several more times with no change. At that point, I assumed the switch leg had been wired incorrectly or that the circuit was tied into temporary power or something. I stepped into the closet and I reached up to check the bulb temperature, expecting it to be warm. But it wasn't. The bulb was cool to the touch, despite being visibly illuminated. There were no audible hums, no vibrations, and no sign of heat buildup. I exited the closet and I called the electrical foreman assigned to the project. I described the issue and asked whether the circuit might still be tied into temporary feed. His response was immediate and specific though. That room was not designated to have a closet light at all. According to the plans, the closet was passive and had no electrical rough-in. He said that there should be no fixture, no wiring, and no switch controlling it. I returned to the closet to photograph what I was seeing for documentation, but at that point, the light was off. The fixture was still physically present, but it was now unlit. I tested the switch again, no response. I checked the bulb once more and it remained cool. There was no power to the fixture and no visible indication that it had recently even been on. I inspected the attic access above the closet later that morning and I confirmed that there was no branch wiring feeding that location. After lunch, I repeated the inspection with the same result. The light didn't come on again and the switch never functioned. I didn't escalate the issue beyond a brief note in my personal log, and from a practical standpoint, there really was no actionable defect to report. The fixture was not powered, and the electrical scope matched the plans. Although it was weird that the electrical foreman said that there shouldn't be anything there. Raising the issue formally would have invited unnecessary attention without evidence, I guess. Anyway, eventually I went back to that room at some point, and you will not believe it, but that light fixture, it was now gone. And when I stepped into that room, there was something off about it. The whole room felt cold and it was eerie. I began to exit the room, and that's when I swear that I heard whispers coming from the walls. I know that sounds crazy, and look, maybe it was nothing, maybe it was mice or rats in the walls or something. I'm not sure, but it was creepy. I still have no plausible explanation for how that light switch was there and on during the morning, and how by evening it was like it had just disappeared out of existence. I mean, there was no hole in the roof where the fixture should have been. I even confirmed later that there was no wiring there. And yet, I remember seeing it. Heck, I even have a photo of it. I don't know what the heck was going on, and that whole situation was just so strange that I don't like thinking about it. I was visiting my grandparents in 2021, sitting at their kitchen table while they ate lunch, when the conversation drifted toward family history and relatives that I'd never met. At one point, my grandfather brought up an incident that he said was the most unusual thing that he had personally experienced, though he was careful not to label it as anything supernatural. He explained that the event occurred in early of 1998, and when he was still working full-time. He was commuting before sunrise, leaving the house at around 4:30 in the morning for an early shift. At the time, he lived in Henderson, Nevada, and regularly drove north toward Boulders Highway, passing through lightly trafficked intersections early in the morning. He emphasized that he was not fully alert, but was also not falling asleep at the wheel or anything. just sort of operating on routine and muscle memory, as he had done for years by this point. He described stopping at a red light near a transit stop where a small group of people were waiting. This was certainly not unusual for the area. As he watched them from inside of his truck, one individual separated from the group and crossed directly in front of his vehicle instead of heading toward the stop. The person was wearing a jacket with the hood up, which initially prevented my grandfather from seeing his face. As the person crossed in front of the headlights, he paused briefly, lowered the hood, made eye contact, smiled, and raised a hand in a short wave. My grandfather immediately recognized the man as my grandmother's father. According to him, the recognition was immediate and specific, not vague or impressionistic. He didn't describe confusion about the identity at the time, only confusion afterward about why that person would be there in the first place. The light changed shortly afterward, and the individual continued walking out of view. My grandfather drove on without stopping, and he told us that his first reaction was sort of dismissal. He assumed that his mind must be playing tricks on him, under poor lighting conditions while he was tired. He reminded himself that Daniel lived several hundred miles away in Tucson, Arizona, and had no reason to be in Nevada, especially at that hour. Later that same day, my grandparents received a phone call informing them that Daniel had died unexpectedly that morning due to a medical event. The timing placed his death within hours of the commute that my grandfather described. There was no indication that Daniel had traveled, and there was no evidence that he had left Arizona. My grandfather was clear that he believed that he encountered a physical person. He also insists that it wasn't anything paranormal. His conclusion has always been that the experience was either a coincidence combined with misidentification or a stress-related perceptual error that only gained significance after the phone call. My grandmother added that after her father's death, she occasionally noticed sounds in her home that she associated with his habits, such as pacing or footsteps at specific times of the day, things like this. She acknowledged that these could have just been explained by memory and routine rather than any external cause. She didn't treat them as evidence of anything beyond the difficulty of adjusting to loss, but the reason that this story has stayed with them is not because they believe it proves anything unusual, but because of the sequence of the events. They just never fit cleanly into a single explanation, and even they admit that it's a bit weird. So, both of them remain grounded in the idea that coincidence, fatigue, and the brain's tendency to fill in gaps are more likely the factors that explain everything, but still, they admit that the timing is very strange. I want to be clear about the context before describing what happened. So I'm an adult with no history of hallucinations, panic disorders, or dissociative episodes, or anything like that. I do not use recreational drugs, I had not consumed alcohol, and I was not sleep deprived at the time that this happened. I have experienced sleep paralysis once, years ago, and this event does not resemble that in any functional way. I was awake, oriented, and aware of my surroundings. So, the incident occurred in March of 2022. Our child was just over 1 year old at the time, and the layout of the bedroom is pretty relevant to the story. So our bed faces a built-in wardrobe with a full-heighted mirrored panel, and the crib, it's positioned several feet away, partially visible through the reflection depending on how you're sort of lying there on the bed. Now, I awoke abruptly sometime around 2 in the morning. The immediate trigger was a sort of sharp sound consistent with a floorboard shifting or compressing under weight, but really, really aggressive. That noise alone would not usually alarm me, but my physiological response was immediate and extreme for some reason. My heart rate spiked, and I experienced a full adrenaline response that I would normally associate with a real external threat. Mind you, there was no gradual confusion or grogginess. My thoughts were clear and sequential, and it all just sort of happened in a moment. I didn't move at first. This was deliberate too, not involuntary. I was assessing what I was seeing before acting, because in the mirror, I could see a human-shaped figure positioned near the crib. It was upright and motionless. The outline loosely matched my wife's height and posture, but several details did not align, including position and timing. I knew that she was beside me, and I could hear her breathing. I watched for several seconds, attempting to determine whether this was a reflection artifact or a shadow or some other misinterpretation caused by low light. But the longer that I observed it, the more convinced I became that it was not my wife and not a simple reflection error. At the same time, I didn't perceive it as interacting with the environment in any way. But the moment that I decided to sit up and physically confront whatever I was seeing, whatever it was just disappeared. I immediately lifted up my head and looked directly toward the crib, but there was nothing there. My wife had not moved and was still asleep, and what stood out the most was how scared I was throughout all of this. Mind you, this was not anxiety or panic or anything. It was a reflexive threat response that activated before conscious interpretation was even possible. I have experienced stress and even some fear in other contexts, and this felt different in both intensity and immediacy. I didn't wake my wife at that point. I stayed awake for some time, checking the room and listening for further sounds, but nothing else occurred before morning. The following evening is pretty relevant too, because it introduced a second anomaly, though I'm careful not to treat it as a confirmation of anything unusual. So our daughter had followed a pretty consistent sleep routine since infancy. On this particular night, she was put down at around 9 o'clock as usual, and at around 11:15 she woke crying. This was pretty unusual, but not alarming on its own. So we resettled her and we returned to our routine. She woke up again though, and this time significantly distressed. She didn't respond to feeding or other usual calming measures, and only settled when removed from the room entirely. Eventually, I stayed in the room with her until she fell asleep shortly after 1 in the morning, and she slept uninterrupted after that. Now, from a practical standpoint, there are several plausible explanations for this. I get that. I mean, she's a baby, and infants can experience disrupted sleep cycles for reasons unrelated to their environment or anything spooky, right? What remains unresolved for me, though, is not the possibility of explanation, but the certainty that I experienced in the moment that something was definitely present, followed by what happened this night. I'm not asserting a paranormal cause. I really don't know what it was. I guess I'm just documenting the event because it just wasn't normal, and it's not like any other experience I can reference in my own life. Despite being fully awake and rational at the time, I'm sure of it. I haven't experienced anything since then, but I certainly won't forget. forget what happened that night because it absolutely terrified me right to the core. This happened in early spring of 2022 in a small town in southern Germany. I was at home with my cousin Mark and we were just drinking a beer late at night and talking about family or something like that. But the conversation turned to my younger brother, Jonas, who had unfortunately died in a motorcycle accident at around the age of 18, roughly 2 years prior. His death, it had been really sudden, and there were still many things left unresolved emotionally about that, especially for me. But at some point, Mark checked the time on his phone and mentioned that it was like 3:10. That caught our attention too, because Jonas had officially been pronounced dead at 3:12, according to the hospital report. We acknowledged the coincidence and we made a few dark jokes, mostly as a way to manage the mood, I think. I mentioned that I had always thought that it would have been normal to share drinks with my brother once we were both adults, something that never really happened. On impulse, we decided to walk to the cemetery and have a bit of a drink there in his memory. Alcohol was involved, but neither of us was impaired at any point. The cemetery, it's about 1.5 kilometers from my house, and the walk takes roughly 20 to 25 minutes, I would say. While walking, we talked casually about death, religion, and whether people leave anything behind beyond memories. At one point, partly joking and partly serious, I said that if anything like an afterlife existed, some kind of obvious coincidence would be convincing, something visible and immediate, like an animal passing close by or something like that. Nothing happened during the walk. At the cemetery, too, we stood by Jonas's grave, talked for a few minutes and drank quietly. Mark noticed a small metal model car that had been placed there by another family member. He asked what it represented, and I explained that Jonas had always wanted to own a specific model of a pickup truck one day. After finishing our drinks, we left and we headed back toward town. Just before we exited the cemetery gate, though, an insect flew directly into my face, hitting my cheek. I didn't say anything at the time because, well, it seemed pretty irrelevant to the whole thing, but a few seconds later, once we were on the street outside of the cemetery, a bird flew out of the hedge at street level and continued straight down the road in front of us. It startled both of us simply because of just how close it passed, and we commented on it briefly, still not taking it too seriously. That's when I mentioned the insect, and Mark said the same thing had happened to him moments earlier. That overlap made us sort of stop walking for a moment and acknowledge the weird timing of everything. We didn't assign meaning to it, but we did recognize that it was unusual enough to notice. Out of curiosity more than belief, really, we continued walking in the direction that the bird had flown. At the next intersection, the bird was standing on the road. As we approached, it flew down the street to the left, and we followed again, and it repeated the behavior once more before flying upward and sort of disappearing. Now, less than a minute after the bird had vanished, I saw something behind some hedges. At first, I wasn't sure what I was looking at. It looked like a shadow or something like that. I pointed it out to Mark, and he said that he could see it too, and we weren't really sure what it was. But then, it moved. It was like a person standing there, but just all black and completely shadow-like. I've never seen anything like it before or since then, and we hightailed it out of there because we were so spooked and we weren't sure what we were actually looking at or if our eyes were just playing tricks on us or something. The following morning, I was sitting in the kitchen with my mother, explaining what had happened. During the conversation, a bird landed in our yard near the window and stayed there briefly before leaving. My mother commented that it was uncommon to see that species so close to the house. In hindsight, none of these events are impossible to explain individually, I suppose. Insects, birds, shadows. I don't know, maybe fatigue, alcohol, emotional context, and pattern recognition, like, played a role in how we interpreted the sequence or something. Whatever the case may be, it was certainly a strange night. I don't treat it as evidence of communication or signs of the paranormal or whatever, but what it provided was a sense of closure, I guess, during a period when we were actively thinking about loss. Whether coincidence or psychology, the experience helped rather than harmed, and that is ultimately why it has stayed with me. This happened when I was about 15, and about several hours from the nearest hospital or police station. My family lived in a detached house near a logging road, accessible by a single highway that was frequently closed in winter due to snow, ice, or even some rock slides. Because of that, my parents often stayed overnight in town when they had appointments or errands that ran late. I was the oldest child, and I was left in charge during those trips. At the time, I took that responsibility pretty seriously, sometimes to an unhealthy degree, I guess you could say. We relied on a wood-burning stove for heat. Power outages were pretty common here, and emergency response times were pretty long as well. There were also ongoing concerns about wildlife and occasional property crime in the region, and all of that contributed to a constant sense of vigilance. For several years before this incident, I had reoccurring nightmares centered on failing to protect my younger siblings. The scenarios varied all the time. Fires, break-ins, medical emergencies, but the common theme was that I was responsible and something went terribly wrong. By my mid-teens, these dreams were happening at least once a week and were vivid enough to cause panic on waking. On this particular night, my parents had driven into Prince George and were staying overnight. I had my younger siblings, Liam and Noah, 6 and 8 respectively, sleeping in my room to reduce my anxiety. I stayed awake much longer than usual, listening for sounds and checking the stove repeatedly. My anxiety was getting the better of me. But sometime after midnight, I fell asleep, and I remember waking abruptly and checking the clock. It read 3 in the morning. I had the immediate impression that something was wrong, though, although nothing specific had happened yet. I looked to my left and right and noticed that the bed felt lighter or something. In the dream state that I was sort of still in, I concluded that my siblings were missing, and what followed was a continuous sequence that felt completely real. I searched every room in the house, calling their names, checking the doors, and moving from room to room without finding anyone. The house was silent, and I remember standing at the base of the stairs and realizing that no matter what I did next, I would not be able to fix what had just happened. At that point, I woke up fully. I was in my bed. Both boys were asleep next to me. The room was quiet. I checked the clock again, and it still read 3 o'clock in the morning. The relief was immediate, but definitely short-lived, because within seconds, I heard what sounded like a baby crying in the hallway outside of my room. The sound was sustained and close enough to seem just beyond the door. This caused a moment of just absolute confusion rather than immediate fear for me. I mean, there were no infants in our household. The youngest child was 6 years old, and so I stayed still, listening, trying to determine whether the sound was coming from inside of the house or from outside, possibly echoing. The crying continued for several minutes, and I didn't leave the room. Eventually, the sound stopped. I don't recall falling asleep again, but I woke up later that morning with daylight in the room. Everybody in the house was okay. There were no signs of anyone moving around during the night as well, and when I asked my next oldest sibling if he had heard anything unusual, he said no. At the time, I interpreted the experience as threatening and intentional, but as an adult, I'm not really sure. I have returned to that house many times since then. I no longer experience anything similar there. The difference is that I am no longer responsible for children, I suppose, no longer isolated in the same way, and no longer living in a constant state of alertness, I suppose. But what made the event memorable was not that something unexplainable happened, but just that I really don't have any answers for it. The fear, it felt real, to my nervous system at the time at least, and really, I was scared. The property that we lived on was several kilometers off of the main highway, accessed by an unsealed road with limited lighting and long stretches without any houses too. My younger brother and I were returning home late in the evening one day after a supply run into town. I was 33 and he was 29 at the time. He died a few years later, unfortunately, which is one reason that this memory has always stayed so vivid. So he was driving and I was in the passenger seat. It was sometime after 10 o'clock, dry weather, clear visibility, and the road was straight for several hundred meters before ending at a T-intersection where you could either turn left toward a cattle station or you could go right toward a disused quarry road. We were traveling roughly at about 80 kilometers an hour, headlights on in high beam, radio playing quietly. There was really nothing unusual up to that point. But as we approached the intersection, I noticed a dark vertical shape standing in the middle of the road, roughly where the junction began. At first I assumed it was a signpost or maybe a person or maybe even some livestock. As the distance closed in though, it became clear that it was not reflective, and whatever it wasn't moving, and it wasn't positioned like anything that normally belonged there should be. I began asking my brother what he thought it was. He didn't answer immediately, and as we got closer, the shape appeared taller than a person. It was maybe 2.5 meters tall by rough estimation, but it didn't appear to be standing on the road surface in a normal way either. What I mean is that there was a visible gap beneath it that made depth perception really difficult, and I sort of noted this out loud, and my brother said only that he was not going to slow down. At no point did the object step forward, retreat, or react in any way consistent with an animal or a person attempting to avoid a vehicle. It remained stationary until we were nearly upon it. At that moment, it appeared to sort of rotate or shift orientation toward the car. And what happened next was the most disorienting thing that I have ever experienced. There was no impact in the traditional sense. Instead, there was a sudden loud sound across the exterior of the vehicle, similarly to a heavy sheet or flexible material or something like that, being dragged rapidly over metal. The windshield's visibility dropped for less than a second, as though something had passed over the lights in the bonnet. My brother reacted by swerving left off of the road and braking hard. The vehicle stopped partly in the cleared paddock area, adjacent to the intersection. The engine stalled. We sat in silence for several seconds. There was nothing outside of the vehicle now. No debris, no marks on the road, no damaged vegetation, and no visible source of where the sound had come from. The headlights illuminated empty ground and fence posts, and we exited the car briefly and checked around it, and we found no physical damage, thankfully. We drove home without further incident, and we arrived within about 10 minutes. When we described the experience to family members, my brother struggled to speak and was visibly shaken. In fact, he avoided discussing it afterward for the most part. Over time, I have revisited the event, and with a more critical lens, I guess you could say. The most likely explanation is that it was maybe dust or mist or something, or maybe some sort of an airborne animal intersecting with the headlight beams at the intersection or something. The covering sensation could possibly have been a large bird or maybe a wind-borne debris or something. maybe a tarp from a nearby fence that was lifted momentarily by air displacement or something. But really, when I think about it, none of that really explains things all that well. I don't know what it was that we saw that night. I miss my brother terribly, and I often think about him when I remember this. So I was working a daytime shift around this time, and before this incident, I had already heard second-hand accounts from co-workers about a woman who would occasionally enter the shop, leave unsolicited items, and speak at length about danger, visions, or needing to warn people, or something like that. I had never encountered her directly myself, and these stories were treated as odd but not threatening. According to staff who had seen her previously, she usually appeared calm, spoke coherently, paid for small items, and left behind objects like candles or handwritten notes or household charms. Management? They didn't ban her because she had never caused a disturbance before, and by the time that I started working there, she was spoken about more as a curiosity than a risk. The day that I saw her, though, the situation was different from those earlier descriptions. I was behind the counter when shouting started outside in the parking area. It sounded like an argument, but only one voice was raised. One of my co-workers went to look and came back visibly unsettled, saying the woman was yelling at someone who was just not responding. When I looked through the window, I saw her car pulling forward abruptly. The rear panel was marked with crude symbols, all painted in red, unevenly applied, as if done quickly and without planning. I didn't recognize the markings, and I didn't study them long enough to even try, really. She entered the cafe at speed, though, ignored staff, and went straight into the restroom. She slammed the door and began yelling phrases that sounded religious but disordered, I guess. It was not a full prayer, but sort of like fragments repeated inconsistently. The only clearly recognizable words were altered portions of a Christian prayer, spoken incorrectly and interrupted by long pauses. She was breathing heavily and sweating, and this was not a performative behavior aimed at an audience or anything. It appeared completely uncontrolled. After several minutes, she exited, though, placed a metal crucifix on the counter without any explanation, and just walked back outside. She filled a disposable cup with some water from the self-serve station, stepped onto the pavement, and poured it in a rough circle around herself. She stepped in and out of the circle multiple times, then stood still and began to shake. A co-worker approached her slowly and spoke to her until she calmed enough to leave, and when she drove away, she was honking the horn continuously. The cafe was silent for a short period afterward. When I went to clear the counter, I noticed a physical reaction that I couldn't ignore. I felt sudden nausea, pressure in my ears, and a brief sense of, disorientation or something. I didn't touch the object, but I just suddenly felt weird. What made it even more unsettling to me personally, too, was that I had experienced a really weird dream, a very vivid one that night before, involving an unfamiliar religious object being placed inside of my home without any permission. I'm not religious by any means, and I generally don't think about religious symbols at all. I didn't mention the dream as well until after this incident. When my co-worker returned inside, I asked her exactly what the woman had been saying in the restroom. The phrasing that she repeated matched what I had heard through the door as well, and that alignment, combined with my physical reaction, was enough for me to step away from the counter and ask someone else to remove the object using some gloves. Now, I want to be clear that I understand how a mental health crisis can present suddenly and dramatically. Nothing I observed requires a non-medical explanation, I know that. However, what complicated this for the staff was that several people had known this woman years earlier and described her as stable, employed, and socially functional. According to them, the change had been abrupt rather than gradual, and it was strange. I did not claim that she was being followed or influenced by anything external. What concerned me more than anything was that she didn't seem to be receiving any help or anything. What concerned me more than anything was that she just wasn't receiving any help or anything as far as I knew. Whether her beliefs came from trauma, illness, or some sort of long-held cultural framework or something, I really cannot say. The cafe, they didn't file a police report because, well, no crime occurred. Management documented the incident and instructed staff not to engage if she returned. As of now, she hasn't come back. And while I don't think anyone witnessed anything sort of inexplicable or anything like that, the feeling that I got from that crucifix, I will never forget that. In 2017, I accepted a short-term contract in Western Norway, near a small inland lake outside of Voss. The job was seasonal and required pretty long hours, so the employer provided shared accommodation on a private lakeside property used by staff during peak months. I was in my late 20s at the time, and this was a pretty big adventure for me. The property consisted of a main house at the top of a slope and several auxiliary structures near the waterline. A long stairway connected the two levels, and at the bottom there was a storage shed for boats and a standalone wood-heated sauna positioned close to the lake. The surrounding area was heavily forested, with neighboring cabins spread far enough apart that visibility at night was pretty minimal. There was no artificial lighting beyond what was installed in the buildings themselves, too. Now, most evenings, multiple employees used the sauna together after work. It was sort of routine and pretty much uneventful. On this particular night, I returned later than usual, shortly after 10:30. The others were inside eating and drinking and declined to come down with me, so I decided to go it alone, which was not completely unusual and didn't feel unsafe or anything at the time. Anyway, I turned on the sauna, waited for it to reach temperature, and stayed inside for roughly, I would say 10 minutes. When I exited, I walked toward the lake to cool off a bit. The area was quiet, there was no wind, and the water surface was really still. As I entered the lake to about knee depth, I heard a sustained whistling sound, though, coming from the tree line on the opposite side of the clearing. It was loud enough to be deliberate, but not shouted, I guess. My first assumption was that it was a bird or somebody else on the property. I stopped and listened, and the sound didn't repeat immediately. To test whether it was a person, I whistled back once without thinking much about it, and the response came back within seconds, closely matching the length and the pitch of what I had just produced. At that point, I considered that it might be an echo or someone responding from the main house. To rule that out, I altered the pattern deliberately, changing the rhythm and spacing it in a way that would be difficult to mistake for coincidence. The response came back again, closely matched and also noticeably closer than the first time. This is where my reaction shifted from curiosity to a little bit concerned. I could not identify a clear source of the sound, and I couldn't see movement or light in the direction that it came from. I decided not to stay to test it out any further, though. I exited the water immediately, left my towel behind, and I went back up the stairs to the house at a fast pace. Everyone was still inside, seated at the table, and no one had left during that time. I asked directly whether anyone had gone outside or heard any whistling or anything, and the answer was no. There was no joking or confusion. The question was taken seriously because of my state when I came in as well. I didn't experience anything further that night. There were no additional sounds, and I didn't return to the sauna alone for the remainder of my stay. But in the following days, I asked local residents and co-workers about wildlife in the area. I learned that certain owls and foxes in the region can produce sounds that resemble humans and can respond to noise patterns, especially near water at night, but never whistling. I was not aware of this at the time, and with the distance and the fact that the wood, right? That makes me think that there was another person out there. But really, there shouldn't have been anyone out there. I don't know who that was, but it was strange, and really nobody should have been out there, and they would have been trespassing for sure at that stage. Again, I don't know who it was, but I'm just glad that I never had to find out. I live in a house which dates back to the late 1800s. Tons of history, and I looked into previous owners and know that they had children, most of whom sadly didn't survive very long. I've not had any experiences so far. I've lived here since October, but I do sometimes feel like I'm being watched. It's never felt malicious, I guess, but still a bit weird. However, today, I have a speaker plugged into my TV, which only ever activates usually when the TV is on. But when the TV was off, the speaker turned on alone. I really don't know how that's possible, because it can literally only turn on with power from the TV. It's a soundbar. Also, I was upstairs for hours organizing and tidying a room that I'd neglected, and I came back down to put something in the living room to find my salt lamp turned on. This is a lamp which only can be turned on by a remote, which is on the TV stand, and which definitely was not accidentally pressed or anything. It's also probably worth noting too that while I was sorting out stuff, my dog was sitting with his back to me, facing open doors, almost as if he was watching out for something. I have no doubt that if there is something here that it's friendly. I have zero bad vibes, I guess you could say, but still, it is just a teeny bit unsettling. Also kind of fascinating, I guess, but I'd love to know your thoughts or possible debunks. I'm not one of these people who are dead set, pardon the pun, on everything being paranormal. So if you have any explanation as to how lights and speakers can turn on their own like that, then genuinely I would love to hear it. But if you do think that it is paranormal, I would also love to hear your thoughts and how to keep this whole thing friendly. My older brother recently moved into a house with his pregnant wife. This was last summer. My younger brother, he's not younger than me, just younger than my other brother, and Dad moved in October, and me and my mum, we moved in December. The house was made around the 1930s, and during these months, we encountered nothing out of the ordinary, except for when me and my mum moved in, I guess. The baby was safely born in November. During the summer to October, it was just my brother and his wife, nothing weird. The house has 2 floors plus a basement and a driveway in the back. Now, in December, my sister-in-law's phone wallpaper changed to Tom from Tom and Jerry, smoking a fat cigar. She left the phone on her bed on the 2nd floor, left for like 3 minutes and then came back, and it was changed. It was nothing too weird, I guess, because we thought that it was just a glitch, but then in mid-January, when my older brother and his friend were in the basement, there were 3 knocks on the basement back door, which leads to the driveway. There was also some movement outside, which my brother saw through the glass window. When I heard this, I thought that it must have just been the wind, but my older brother was really shook by this, which was weird for him. He was adamant that it was definitely a person or a figure at least. Then a few days ago, while I was passing my younger brother's room, I swore that I saw 2 feet on the bed. I thought that it was just my brother in his room, but when I went downstairs, as soon as I went, my brother came into the house through the front door. I asked him, "Hey, weren't you just upstairs?" And he said no to this. Maybe it was a ghost, haha, he said. I was so sure, though, that I saw 2 feet that I actually thought that he was in his room, so I went back upstairs, retraced my steps, and there was nothing there. My eyesight isn't the best, I guess, but I don't know, it seemed real. Maybe my mind was playing tricks on me, I don't know. I also watch a lot of scary movies, and I guess that adds more to the fear, but yesterday we were wondering about how the phone wallpaper changed like it did, and we all agreed that no one did it, so we're all pretty serious people, and I don't actually think anyone would lie about it. My older brother said that maybe they changed it to Tom smoking a cigar because my dad smoked cigarettes in the back of the house. Not fat ones or cigars or anything, just regular ones. I guess it makes sense, but it just seems kind of dumb to me, I suppose. Is this thing toying with us? Is there even a thing that exists here? We still haven't told my younger brother about any of this because he's going to stay in the basement after the renovations are done. And all of this started when the basement renovations began. My younger brother doesn't want to even go to the first floor if there's no one in it, because he's actually pretty scared of it. But I don't know, what do you guys think? Is there something in my house, and if there is, can I do anything about it? So some years back, we bought a piece of property. I was walking around it, and a van was parked in the back of the woods somewhere. I called in the number on the van, and the wife of the owner called the police, and after a day of, well, BS really, they found him hanging in a tree on the back corner of the property, unfortunately. He died in the place that he loved the most, his wife said. Anyway, fast forward to one morning as the sun was coming up, and I heard footsteps running down the hall to the side of my bed. I have 2 boys, so this wasn't really alarming at all at the moment, but I was actually in the house by myself that day. I opened my eyes, and there was a blonde-haired boy in blue jean overalls standing next to my bed. I have blonde-haired children too, but I suddenly realized that this was not my kid, and all of a sudden the boy started to vanish from the head down, and soon was just gone. I slept with my pistol next to me for 2 nights after that, as if that would have done any good, but it was comforting, I guess. I rented the house out for years too, and I came back to live there, so I needed to change my address. I went to the local post office, and I was talking to the clerk, and she knew the address. She then said, "My dad actually ended himself on that property, you know." We talked a little bit, and I asked her about it. What was your dad like as a boy? What did he wear and look like as a kid? And my jaw dropped when she said blue jean overalls, and he had blonde hair. We talked about what I had seen, and she wasn't surprised at all, and that was honestly surprising to me, because apparently she had experienced things as well with her deceased dad. I never told my kids about this experience, but after finding out who the ghost was, I guess I wasn't really afraid of another encounter if it did happen. There were some noises and doors that were opened when I walked by that were closed the next time that I saw them. And you can say what you want, but I think that he came back as a boy that used to enjoy the land my house is on. He seems to be gone now, at least, because I've never seen or heard anything out of the ordinary in years now. But really, who knows? Maybe tonight or tomorrow or some other time, I'll experience something again. My husband and I moved into this house that we currently live in a little over 4 years ago. Maybe tonight or tomorrow or some other time, I'll experience something again. My husband husband and I moved into this house that we currently live in a little over 4 years ago. We live on Long Island, New York, in a very old colonial house built in 1907. Ever since moving in, we've experienced some very strange things. The first experience still freaks me out to this day. I left work early as I was sick with a cold that day. I went straight upstairs to our bedroom to take a nap, and after lying in bed for a few short minutes, I heard the sound of someone coming up the stairs. Clear as day footsteps on each step. Now, our staircase has 2 sets of stairs with a landing in between, so whoever it was made their way slowly up the first set, paused for a moment, then the second set. Our bedroom door sits at the step of the stairs, and whatever it was, it just stopped right at our door. I rationalized at first as my husband coming home from work, but that didn't make sense as he wouldn't be due to come home for like another hour and a half. And in my heart, I knew that it wasn't him. I genuinely got such a scared feeling that my entire body stiffened up and all of my senses heightened. Later, when my husband did come home, I asked him if he came home early and then maybe went downstairs again, and told him what I heard, but he said no, he just got home. But he didn't quite believe me, I guess. Well, about a month later, he experienced the same thing. He was home from work alone and laid down to take a nap when he heard footsteps coming up the stairs. He then started believing, and it was then that he started believing that we weren't alone in the house. We had our baby, a boy, in 2021, and one night I was up breastfeeding him. I used to go downstairs to our living room so my husband could sleep as he went back to work after paternity leave. I'm sitting on my big comfy armchair snuggling our newborn who fell asleep in my arms when I suddenly hear footsteps upstairs. Clear as day again, footsteps in our upstairs hallway. I freeze and listen carefully, knowing that I didn't hear our bedroom door open, so it couldn't have been my husband. Oddly enough, about 10 minutes later, my husband does get up to use the bathroom, and I call up to him and ask him if he was up before, to which he said that no, he just got up then to go to the bathroom. I was really creeped out. I refused to breastfeed downstairs anymore, and I only did it in our bedroom from then on. The last big thing that happened was my mum, who lives out of state, was coming to visit and babysat for us to give us our first official date night out since having our son. We got home after dinner and my mum looked absolutely horrified. She said that she was sitting on the rocking chair while my son was asleep in her arms when suddenly she heard footsteps outside the bedroom door and then 3 loud bangs against it like someone was banging their fists against it angrily. She said that she jumped right up and opened the door to check, but when she did, nobody was there. She then anxiously awaited our arrival back and has been afraid to stay with us ever since then. Since then too, we've experienced little things here and there, but it seems like the activity has died down. My son is older now and has told us that the walls in his room talk to him, which creeped us out a lot, but we chalked it up to an overactive toddler imagination. I'm honestly glad that nothing has really happened since then, as it sincerely freaks me out, and I really, really don't want my son getting scared either. I also want to add one more thing too that may or may not be related to what we have also experienced. One day, a few months ago, we were eating dinner with my son, and out of nowhere he tells us, "I played with Grandpa yesterday." So we assumed that he meant my dad, as my husband's father unfortunately passed away several years ago. And when I asked him what he meant, because we haven't seen my dad in a while, he said, "No, not that Grandpa, my other grandpa." My husband and I looked at each other and asked him what his grandpa looked like, and he said, "He looks like a girl with long hair and he had wings and flew up in the sky." My husband's dad, He was a musician and had long hair all of his life. And I kid you not, we were so freaked out, but also sort of relieved, I guess. Like maybe this ghost or whatever was his grandpa looking out for us. I'm really not sure, but it is one of the craziest things to happen to me ever, and really, I just wanted to stop. This was a couple of years ago now. I was still in college. I worked at my local high school in South Jersey on the night shift for some extra money. But unfortunately, the hours meant that I didn't really get to have a life during the week. I get a call from a friend group on a Friday before I headed into work saying that they were going to explore Clinton Road, which was known to be the scariest road in New Jersey. Obviously, I couldn't go, so I told them to let me know how they made out. Later in the night, I get a call from them, though, in a panic, saying that all these crazy things happened to them. They described what happened to them, how they threw coins over Ghost Boy Bridge, and they came back, a ghost truck following them, and the feeling of just being watched. Honestly, I thought that they were just hyping it up because of the fact that I missed out. So it was decided that we'd all go the next night, but this time I got to see it for myself. Something that I'd regret for the rest of my life. Us being from South Jersey, Clinton Road is a bit of a drive for us, about 2 hours, so there was plenty of time for us to get all hyped up and spooked out. Now, I can only describe myself as the manly man of the group, I guess, being 6'5" and 260 pounds, especially back then. I had the persona of, it's all made up, nothing will scare us, but boy, was I completely wrong. Right when we get there, the entire vibe changed from, oh, we're all going to be spooked to, oh wait, this is actually pretty creepy. The road, it's in the middle of the woods, houses few and far between. The first thing that we see when we get there is a small mini castle looking building. It's the best that I can describe it. And because of the far ride, we all had to pee at this point, so I went to the left, friend 2, Joe, went straight, and friend 3, Ha, went to the right. Friend 4 was female who stayed behind us in the road. After I was done, I immediately walked back along with Ha, but we noticed that Joe was walking towards the creepy building. I start shouting, asking what he was doing, and he turns back around with the look of shock. Me being completely confused, I ask, what are you doing walking there? And Joe swore up and down that I was actually behind the building waving at him to follow me to the building. So naturally, we're all getting pretty freaked out about that. We pull up to the bridge, Ghost Boy Bridge, and I check everyone for coins to make sure that they don't fake it just to scare me. We all throw the coins and, well, nothing happens. See guys, it's just all in your head. Let's go. So we all start walking back to the car and then I hear clinking. I hear the coins hit the road. We sprint back to check and we find the coins laying in the road. I was 100% convinced, though, that they were just messing with us, so I had the idea to mark a coin so they couldn't fake it. I threw the coin in the water, waited 5 minutes in silence, and nothing. See, guys, let's go. But then, I hear the coins in the road again. I walk back and, well, it was a coin with the same exact markings that I had put on it. I'm extremely freaked out at this point, so we decided to go. Driving down the windy road in a newer sports car, we're all pretty freaked out and just want to leave at this stage. And that's when we see headlights appearing behind us, seemingly out of nowhere. Also, we didn't see them attached to a vehicle per se. I'm no car expert by any means, but I would almost bet my life on it that they were lights on an old truck, getting closer the faster that we went, taking bends at fast speeds that even a new truck wouldn't handle. Suddenly, though, the lights just disappear. So now, all in a panic, we decide to pull over to map our way out. There was dead silence, no lights except our headlights in the woods. And that is when we hear the typical woman ghost moan. And of course, what came with it was the typical woman in a white dress standing in the woods right next to our car, and suddenly she let out the loudest scream that I think I've ever heard. We also began screaming at this point to get out and go, go, go and all that. Eventually, we put the car into gear and we get the heck out of there. Once we make it back to the main roads, we decide to dig a little bit deeper on this road. And apparently, according to the sources that I found at least, the ghost truck tries to make people crash on Dead Man's Curve. Allegedly, there have been numerous bodies buried there from the famous murderer, the Iceman. On our way home, we wanted to go back again the next night, on the Sunday. But we suddenly pass an old rundown church that looks like it hasn't been used in like 50 years. Of course, the sign left out front says, "You need Jesus on Sunday." Safe to say, I never went back, and even to this day, the friend group still refuses to talk about what happened that night on Clinton Road. I do hope that one day we can talk about it again because, I don't know, the whole thing just seems like a memory now, and I just really don't want to forget it. As late teens, early 20s, growing up in South Jersey, my friend group was always getting into ghost hunting on haunted roads and buildings around New Jersey and surrounding areas. But we always had some crazy experiences, I guess you could say, and this one was really no different. During this, we had the original friend group, plus another one of our friends as well. Now one night, brainstorming what to do, we decided to go on a little ghost hunt trip in our area. Everyone knew of our friend group as the ones that would always be getting into these kinds of things, so we would always be getting tipped off by other friends outside of the group as to what places to check out. We were tipped off to do a little haunted road not far from us, and we decided, heck, why not? It's better than nothing than just sitting there. So we all hop in the car and start the little trip towards the road. On the way, we happened to see a Wawa, which, of course, we had to stop at. Per usual, we were always hyping each other up to see if we could spook the others. While waiting in line, I'm messing with one of the friends that's not in the ghost friend group, saying, "You're scared to go, aren't you?" When out of nowhere we hear, "What's the little one scared of?" I say little because the guys in the friend group were all abnormal sized humans, the smallest being roughly 6'3" and 240, where the little one was just a normal sized typical guy. These guys straight up look like they just didn't belong there, to be honest. Some sort of backroads, Texas Chainsaw looking fellas. But we explained to the guy and his friend that we were going ghost hunting on a road. And simply put, they said, "That's not that scary. If you really want to be scared, go here instead." So we leave, and hesitantly we all agree to actually go to the new hunt instead of the first trip. We get there, middle of the woods, but we notice that there are some trees cut down and laying on the sides parallel to the road. Deeper and deeper into the woods, pitch black, and that's when the nervousness is really starting to build. We pull up to this sort of monument to commemorate a plane crash that had apparently happened there years ago. There's dead silence, pitch black, only the light shining from the moon was our light other than the car. The light shining from the moon was our only light source, other than the car lights, that is. To put a little bit of fear into us as well, we dared the driver to shut the lights off, which was a big mistake. He completely shuts the car off. A few minutes go by and we see this absolutely massive, and I mean massive, shadow crawl from behind the statue and start narrowing in towards us. When I say massive too, I'm 6'5" plus and 260, and this thing had me looking like a third grader. We all started panicking and zoom away into the car. A bit disoriented, we didn't realize that we were driving deeper into the woods, to where we would hit a huge sand opening, in which there were many ways to go from there. In the end, we decided that it was best to turn around and try to map our way out. While doing so, our radio cuts out to almost like an old-time fashioned music sort of thing. I happen to look up in confusion, and seconds after that, I see what I can only describe as a white face. Not a typical white face, but almost like a Jabberwocky's mask. Zero expression and almost a see-through body, if that makes sense. Just a face and then another and another. Now, I don't know if it was us just being disoriented and seeing things, or if this really was happening, but we all scream in unison, "Let's get out of here." So we fly out of the sand back on the same road where I had mentioned the trees earlier. Only this time on our way back, the trees, they were no longer parallel to the road, but actually in the middle of the road, blocking our exit. The driver, Joe, in a sports car, mind you, tells us to hold on, and we're driving on the side of the road next to the woods in what I can best describe as basically defying gravity to make our escape. We do manage to scrape through. Mind you, the car was a bit worse for wear afterwards, but we get out of there and we don't look back. Now, I don't know for certain if this place is legitimately haunted, or if we were set up by those two guys earlier in the night, but two things are for certain. One is, I'd bet my life that it's a combination of both a haunting and a bit of a setup. And two, I for sure will never be going back there again to find out.